Niece's subterfuge. A remarkable old lady, certainly, in her way. I'll suppose the Dawson family has practically died out, then he said. Oh, yes, sir. There's only Miss Mary now, and she's a Whittaker, of course. She's Miss Harriet's granddaughter, Mr. Charles Whittaker's only child. She was left all alone, too, when she went to live with Miss Dawson. Mr. Charles and his wife was killed in one of these dreadful motors. Dear, dear, it seemed we was fated to have nothing but one tragedy after another. Just to think of Ben and me outliving them all. Cheer up, Mother, said Ben, laying his hand on hers. The Lord have been wonderful good to us. That he have. 3 sons we have, sir, and 2 daughters, and 14 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. Maybe you'd like to see their pictures, sir. Lord Peter said he should like to very much, and Parker made confirmatory noises. The life histories of all the children and descendants were detailed at suitable length. Whenever a pause seemed discernible, Parker would mutter hopefully in Wimsey's car, "How about Cousin Hallelujah?" But before a question could be put, the interminable family chronicle was resumed. "And for God's sake, Charles," whispered Peter, savagely, when Mrs. Cobling had risen to hunt for the shawl which grandson William had sent home from the Dardanelles, "don't keep saying hallelujah at me. I'm not a revival meeting." The shawl being duly admired, the conversation turned upon foreign parts, natives and black people generally, following on which, Lord Peter added carelessly, "By the way, hasn't the Dawson family got some sort of connections in those foreign countries, somewhere?" "Well, yes," said Mrs. Cobling, in rather a shocked tone. There had been Mr. Paul, Mr. Henry's brother. But he was not mentioned much. He had been a terrible shock to his family. In fact, a gasp here, and a lowering of the voice, he had turned papist and become a monk. Had he become a murderer, apparently, he could hardly have done worse. Mr. Henry had always blamed himself very much in the matter. How was it his fault? Well, of course, Mr. Henry's wife, my dear mistress, you see, sir, she was French, as I told you, and of course, she was a papist. Being brought up that way, she wouldn't know any better, naturally, and she was very young when she was married. But Mr. Henry soon taught her to be a Christian, and she put away her idolatrous ideas and went to the parish church. But Mr. Paul, he fell in love with one of her sisters, and the sister had been vowed to religion, as they called it, and had shut herself up in a nunnery. And then Mr. Paul had broken his heart and gone over to the Scarlet Woman and, again the pause and the hush, become a monk. A terrible to-do it made. And he'd lived to be a very old man, and for all Mrs. Cobling knew was living yet, still in the error of his ways. "If he's alive," murmured Parker, "he's probably the real heir. He'd be Agatha Dawson's uncle and her nearest relation." Wimsey frowned and returned to the charge. "Well, it couldn't have been Mr. Paul the first had in mind," he said, "because this sort of relation of Miss Agatha Dawson's that I heard about was a real foreigner, in fact, a very dark-complexioned man, almost a black man or so I was told." "Black?" cried the old "No, sir, that couldn't be. Unless, dear Lord a mercy, it couldn't be that, surely. Ben, do you think it could be that? Old Simon, you know." Ben shook his head. "I never heard tell much about him." "Nor nobody did," replied Mrs. Cobling, energetically. "He was a long way back, but they had tales of him in the family. Wicked Simon they called him. He sailed away to the Indies, many years ago, and nobody knew what became of him. Wouldn't it be a queer thing, like, if he was to have married a black wife out in them parts, and this was his, oh, dear, his grandson it you'd have to be, if not his great-grandson, for he was Mr. Henry's uncle, and that's a long time ago." This was disappointing. A grandson of old Simon's would surely be too distant a relative to dispute Mary Whittaker's title. However, that's very interesting, said Wimsey. Was it the East Indies or the West Indies he went to, I wonder? Mrs. Cobling didn't know, but she believed it was something to do with America. It's a pity as Mr. Probyn ain't in England any longer. He could have told you more about the family than what I can. But he retired last year and went away to Italy or some such place. Who was he? He was Miss Whittaker's solicitor, said Ben, and he managed all Miss Dawson's business, too. A nice gentleman he was, but uncommon sharp, ha, ha. Never gave nothing away. But that's lawyers all the world over, added he, shrewdly, take all and give nothing. Did he live in Crofton? No, sir, in Croft-over-Magna, 12 miles from here. Pointer and Winkin have his business now, but they are young men, and I don't know much about them. Having by this time heard all the Coblings had to tell, Wimsey and Parker gradually disentangled themselves and took their leave. Well, Cousin Hallelujah's a washout, said Parker. Possibly, possibly not. There may be some connection. Still, I certainly think the disgraceful and papistical Mr. Paul is more promising. Obviously Mr. Probyn is the bird to get hold of. You realize who he is? He's the mysterious solicitor, I suppose. Of course he is. He knows why Miss Dawson ought to have made her will. And we are going straight off to Croft-over-Magna to look up Messrs. Pointer and Winkin, and see what they have to say about it. Unhappily, Messrs. Pointer and Winkin had nothing to say whatever. Miss Dawson had withdrawn her affairs from Mr. Probyn's hands and had lodged all the papers with her new solicitor. Messrs. Pointer and Winkin had never had any connection with the Dawson family. They had no objection, however, to furnishing Mr. Probyn's address, Villa Bianca, Firesole. They regretted that they could be of no further assistance to Lord Peter Wimsey and Mr. Parker. Good morning. Short and sour was his lordship's comment. Well, well, we'll have a spot of lunch and write a letter to Mr. Probyn and another to my good friend Bishop Lambert of the Orinoco Mission to get a line on Cousin Hallelujah, smile, smile, smile. As in Goldsby says, the breezes are blowing a race, a race. The breezes are blowing, we're near the chase. Do you ken John Peel? Likewise, knowest thou the land where blooms the citron flower? Well, never mind if you don't, you can always look forward to going there for your honeymoon. Chapter 13. Hallelujah. Our ancestors are very good kind of folks, but they are the last people I should choose to have a visiting acquaintance with. Sheridan, The Rivals. That excellent prelate, Bishop Lambert of the Orinoco Mission, proved to be a practical and kind man. He did not personally know the Reverend Hallelujah Dawson, but thought he might belong to the Tabernacle Mission, a nonconformist body which was doing a very valuable work in those parts. He would himself communicate with the London head Quainers of this community and let Lord Peter know the result. 2 hours later, Bishop Lambert's secretary had duly rung up the Tabernacle Mission and received the very satisfactory information that the Reverend Hallelujah Dawson was in England, and, indeed, available at their mission house in Stepney. He was an elderly minister, living in very reduced circumstances. In fact, the bishop rather gathered that the story was a sad one. Oh, not at all, pray, no thanks. The bishop's poor miserable slave of a secretary did all the work. Very glad to hear from Lord Peter, and was he being good? Ha, ha. And when was he coming to dine with the bishop? Lord Peter promptly gathered up Parker and swooped down with him upon the Tabernacle Mission, before whose dim and grim frontage Mrs. Merdle's long black bonnet and sweeping copper exhaust made an immense impression. The small fry of the neighbourhood had clustered about her and were practising horn solos almost before Wimsey had rung the bell. On Parker's threatening them with punishment and casually informing them that he was a police officer, they burst into ecstasies of delight, and joining hands, formed a ring o' roses round him, under the guidance of a sprightly young woman of 12 years old or thereabouts. Parker made a few harassed darts at them, but the ring only broke up, shrieking with laughter, and reformed, singing. The mission door opened at the moment, displaying this undignified exhibition to the eyes of a lank young man in spectacles, who shook a long finger disapprovingly and said, "Now, you children without the slightest effect and apparently without the faintest expectation of producing any." Lord Peter explained his errand. "Oh, come in, please," said the young man, who had one finger in a book of theology. "I'm afraid yours is rather a noisy district." Parker shook himself free from his tormentors, and advanced, breathing threatenings and slaughter, to which the enemy responded by a derisive blast of the horn. "They'll run those batteries down," said Wimsey. "You can't do anything with the little devils," growled Parker. "Why don't you treat them as human beings?" retorted Wimsey. "Children are creatures of like passions with politicians and financiers. Here, Esmeralda," he added, beckoning to the ringleader. The young woman put her tongue out and made a rude gesture, but observing the glint of coin in the outstretched hand, suddenly approached and stood challengingly before them. "Look here," said Wimsey, "here's half a crown, 30 pennies, you know. Any use to you?" The child promptly proved her kinship with humanity. She became abashed in the presence of wealth, and was silent, rubbing one dusty shoe upon the calf of her stocking. "You appear," pursued Lord Peter, "to be able to keep your young friends in order if you choose. I take you, in fact, for a woman of character. Very well, if you keep them from touching my car while I'm in the house, you get this half-crown, see? But if you let em blow the horn, I shall hear it. Every time the horn goes, you lose a penny, got that? If the horn blows 6 times, you only get 2 bob. If I hear it 30 times, you don't get anything. And I shall look out from time to time, and if I see anybody mauling the car about or sitting in it, then you don't get anything. Do I make myself clear? L takes care 0 your car for half a crown. And if the horn goes, you docks a copper off of it. That's right. Right you are, mister. I'll see none on em touches it. Good girl. Now, sir." The spectacled young man led them into a gloomy little waiting room, suggestive of a railway station and hung with Old Testament prints. "I'll tell Mr. Dawson you're here," said he, and with the volume of theology still clutched in his hand. Presently a shuffling step was heard on the coconut matting, and Wimsey and Parker braced themselves to confront the villainous claimant. The door, however, opened to admit an elderly West Indian, of so humble and inoffensive an appearance that the hearts of the 2 detectives sank into their boots. Anything less murderous could scarcely be imagined, as he stood blinking nervously at them from behind a pair of steel-rimmed spectacles, the frames of which had at one time been broken and bound with twine. The Reverend Hallelujah Dawson was undoubtedly a man of colour. He had the pleasant, slightly aquiline features and brown olive skin of the Polynesian. His hair was scanty and greyish, not woolly, but closely curled. His stooping shoulders were clad in a threadbare clerical coat. His black eyes, yellow about the whites and slightly protruding, rolled amiably at them, and his smile was open and frank. "You asked to see me," he began, in perfect English, but with the soft native intonation. "I think I have not the pleasure. How do you do, Mr. Dawson?" "Yes. We're certain inquiries, in connection with the family of the Dawsons of Cronin in Warwickshire, and it has been suggested that you might be able to enlighten us, what? As to their West Indian connections, if you would be so good." "All, yes." The old man drew himself up slightly. Myself, in a way, a descendant of the family. Won't you sit down?" "Thank you. We thought you might be. You do not come from Miss Whittaker?" There was something eager, yet defensive in the tone. Wimsey, not quite knowing what was behind it, chose the discreeter part. "Oh, no. We are preparing a work on county families, don't you know? Tombstones and genealogies and that sort of thing. Hoped perhaps The mild tones died away in a sigh. "But I shall be very happy to help you in any way." "Well, the question now is, what became of Simon Dawson?" "We know that he left his family and sailed for the West Indies 1810, said the old man, with surprising quickness. "Yes. He got into trouble when he was a lad of 16. He took up with bad men older than himself, and became involved in a very terrible affair. It had to do with gaming, and a man was killed. Not in a duel, in those days that would not have been considered disgraceful, though violence is always displeasing to the Lord, but the man was foully murdered and Simon Dawson and his friends fled from justice. Simon fell in with the press gang and was carried off to sea. He served 15 years and was then taken by a French privateer. Later on he escaped and, to cut a long story short, got away to Trinidad under another name. Some English people there were kind to him and gave him work on their sugar plantation. He did well there and eventually became owner of a small plantation of his own." "What was the name he went by?" "Harkaway. I suppose he was afraid that they would get hold of him as a deserter from the Navy if he went by his own name. No doubt he should have reported his escape. Anyway, he liked plantation life and was quite satisfied to stay where he was. I don't suppose he would have cared to go home, even to claim his inheritance. And then, there was always the matter of the murder, you know, though I dare say they would not have brought that trouble up against him, seeing he was so young when it happened and it was not his hand that did the awful deed." "His inheritance? Was he the eldest son, then?" "No. Barnabas was the eldest, but he was killed at Waterloo and left no family. Then there was a second son, Roger, but he died of smallpox as a child. Simon was the third son. Then it was the fourth son who took the estate." "Yes, Frederick. He was Henry's Dawson's father. They tried, of course, to find out what became of Simon, but in those days it was very difficult, you understand, to get information from foreign places, and Simon had quite disappeared. So they had to pass him over." "And what happened to Simon's children?" asked Parker. "Did he have any?" The clergyman nodded, and a deep, dusky flush showed under his dark skin. "I am his grandson," he said, simply. "That is why I came over to England. When the Lord called me to feed his lambs among my own people, I was in quite good circumstances. I had the little sugar plantation which had come down to me through my father, and I married and was very happy. But we fell on bad times, the sugar crop failed, and our little flock became smaller and poorer and could not give so much support to their minister. Besides, I was getting too old and frail to do my work, and I have a sick wife, too, and God has blessed us with many daughters, who needed our care. I was in great straits. And then I came upon some old family papers belonging to my grandfather, Simon, and learned that his name was not Harkaway but Dawson, and I thought, maybe I had a family in England and that God would yet raise up a table in the wilderness. Accordingly, when the time came to send a representative home to our London headquarters, I asked permission to resign my ministry out there and come over to England." "Did you get into touch with anybody?" "Yes. I went to Crofton, which was mentioned in my grandfather's letters, and saw a lawyer in the town there, a Mr. Probin of Croftover." "You know him?" "I've heard of him." "Yes. He was very kind, and very much interested to see me. He showed me the genealogy of the family, and how my grandfather should have been the heir to the property. But the property had been lost by that time, had it not?" "Yes. And, unfortunately, when I showed him my grandmother's marriage certificate, he told me that it was no certificate at all. I fear that Simon Dawson was a sad sinner. He took my grandmother to live with him, as many of the planters did take women of colour, and he gave her a document which was supposed to be a certificate of marriage signed by the governor of the country. But when Mr. Probin inquired into it, he found that it was all a sham, and no such governor had ever existed. It was distressing to my feelings as a Christian, of course, but since there was no property, it didn't make any actual difference to us. That was bad luck, said Peter, sympathetically. I called resignation to my aid, said the old Indian, with a dignified little bow. Mr. Probyn was also good enough to send me with a letter of introduction to Miss Agatha Dawson, the only surviving member of our family. Yes, she lived at Leonton. She received me in the most charming way, and when I told her who I was, acknowledging, of course, that I had not the slightest claim upon her, she was good enough to make me an allowance of €1 a year, which she continued till her death. Was that the only time you saw her? Oh, yes. I would not intrude upon her. It could not be agreeable to her to have a relative of my complexion continually at her house, said the Reverend Hallelujah, with a kind of proud humility. But she gave me lunch, and spoke very kindly. And, forgive my asking, hope it isn't impertinent, but does Miss Whittaker keep up the allowance? Well, no, perhaps I should not expect it, but it would have made a great difference to our circumstances. And Miss Dawson rather led me to hope that it might be continued. She told me that she did not like the idea of making a will, but, she said, it is not necessary at all, Cousin Hallelujah, Mary will have all my money when I am gone, and she can continue the allowance on my behalf. But perhaps Miss Whittaker did not get the money after all. Oh, yes, she did. It is odd. She may have forgotten about it. Elle took the liberty of writing her a few words of spiritual comfort when her aunt died. Perhaps that did not please her. Of course, I did not write again. Yet I am loath to believe that she has hardened her heart against the unfortunate. No doubt there is some explanation. No doubt, said Lord Peter. Well, I'm very grateful to you for your kindness. That has quite cleared up the little matter of Simon and his descendants. I'll just make a note of the names and dates, if I may. Certainly. I will bring you the paper which Mr. Probyn kindly made out for me, showing the whole of the family. Excuse me. He was not gone long, and soon reappeared with a genealogy, neatly typed out on a legal-looking sheet of blue paper. Wimsey began to note down the particulars concerning Simon Dawson and his son, Beaujean, and his grandson, Hallelujah. Suddenly he put his finger on an entry further along. Look here, Charles, he said. Here is our father Paul, the bad boy who turned RC and became a monk. So he is. But, he's dead, Peter, died in 1922, 3 years before Agatha Dawson. Yes. We must wash him out. Well, these little setbacks will occur. They finished their notes, bade farewell to the Reverend Hallelujah, and emerged to find Esmeralda valiantly defending Mrs. Merdle against all comers. Lord Peter handed over the half-crown and TCX-K delivery of the car. The more I hear of Mary Whittaker, he said, the less I like her. She might at least have given poor old cousin Hallelujah his 100 quid. She's a rapacious female, agreed Parker. Well, anyway, Father Paul's safely dead, and cousin Hallelujah is illegitimately descended. So there's an end of the long-lost claimant from overseas. Damn it all, cried Wimsey, taking both hands from the steering wheel and scratching his head, to Parker's extreme alarm, that strikes a familiar chord. Now where in thunder have I heard those words before? Chapter 14. Sharp quillets of the low. Things done without example, in their issue are to be feared. Henry VIII, 1-2. Murbles is coming round to dinner tonight, Charles, said Wimsey. I'll wish you'd stop and have GNLB with us too. I want to put all this family history business before him. Where are you dining? Oh, at the flat. I'm sick of restaurant meals. Bunter does a wonderful bloody steak and there are new peas and potatoes and genuine English grass. Gerald sent it up from Denver specially. You can't buy it. Come along. Ye oldie English fare, don't you know, and a bottle of what Peppaeus calls Ho Brian. Do you good? Parker accepted. But he noticed that, even when speaking on his beloved subject of food, Wimsey was vague and abstracted. Something seemed to be worrying at the back of his mind, and even when Mr. Murbles appeared, full of mild legal humour, Wimsey listened to him with extreme courtesy indeed, but with only half his attention. They were panly through dinner when, apropos of nothing, Wimsey suddenly brought his fist down on the mahogany with a crash that startled even Bunter, causing him to jerk a great crimson splash of the hot brine over the edge of the glass upon the tablecloth. "Got it," said Lord Peter. Bunter in a low shocked voice begged his lordship's pardon. "Murbles," said Wimsey, without heeding him, "isn't there a new Property Act?" "Why, yes," said Mr. Murbles, in some surprise. He had been in the middle of a story when the interruption occurred, and was a little put out. "L knew I'd read that sentence somewhere, you know, Charles, about doing away with the long-lost claimant from overseas. It was in some paper or other about a couple of years ago, and it had to do with the new act. Of course, it said what a blow it would be to romantic novelists. Doesn't the act wash out the claims of distant relatives, Murbles?" "In a sense, it does," replied the solicitor. "Not, of course, in the case of entailed property, which has its own NLLES. But I understand you to refer to ordinary personal property or real estate not entailed." "Yes, what happens to that, now, if the owner of the property dies without making a will?" "It is rather a complicated matter," began Mr. Murbles. "Well, look here, first of all, before the jolly old act was passed, the next of kin got it all, didn't he, no matter if he was only a seventh cousin 15 times removed? In a general way, that is correct. If there was a husband or wife, wash out the husband and wife. Suppose the person is unmarried and has no near relations living. It would have gone to the next of kin, whoever that was, if he or she could be traced. Even if you had to bun our back to William the Conqueror to get at the relationship. Always supposing you could get a clear record back to so very early a date," replied Mr. Murbles. "It is, of course, in the highest degree improbable, yes, I know, sir. But what happens now in such a case?" "The new act makes inheritance on intestacy very much simpler," said Mr. Murbles, setting his knife and fork together, placing both elbows on the table and laying the index finger of his right hand against his left thumb in a gesture of tabulation. "I'll bet it does," interpolated Wimsey. "I'll know what an act to make things simpler means. It means that the people who drew it up don't understand it themselves and that even one of its clauses needs a lawsuit to disentangle it. But do go on." "Under the new act," pursued Mr. Murbles, "one half of the property goes to the husband and wife, if living, and subject to his or her life interest, then all to the children equally. But if there be no spouse and no children, then it goes to the father or mother of the deceased. If the father and mother are both dead, then everything goes to the brothers and sisters of the whole blood who are living at the time, but if any brother or sister dies before the intestate, then to his or her issue. In case there are no brothers or sisters of the ... Stop. You needn't go any further. You're absolutely sure of that? It goes to the brothers or sisters issue?" "Yes. That is to say, if it were you that died intestate and your brother Gerald and your sister Mary were already dead, your money would be equally divided among your nieces and nephews." "Yes, but suppose they were already dead too, suppose I'd gone tediously living on till I'd nothing left but great-nephews and great-nieces, would they inherit?" Why, yes, I suppose they would," said Mr. Murbles, with less certainty, however. "Oh, yes, I think they would." "Clearly they would," said Parker, a little impatiently, "if it says to the issue of deceased's brothers and sisters. All. But we must not be precipitate," said Mr. Murbles, rounding upon him. To the lay mind, doubtless, the word issue appears a simple one. But in law, Mr. Murbles, who up till this point had held the index finger of the right hand poised against the ring finger of the left, in recognition of the claims of the brothers and sisters of the half-blood, now placed his left palm upon the table and wagged his right index finger admonishingly. In Parker's law the word may bear one of two, or indeed several, interpretations according to the nature of the document in which it occurs and the date of that document. But in the new Act, urged Lord Peter L. not, particularly, said Mr. Murbles, specialist in the law concerning property, and I should not like to give a decided opinion as to its interpretation, all the more as, up to the present, no case has come before the courts bearing on the present issue, no pun intended, ha, ha, ha. But my immediate and entirely tentative opinion, which, however, I should advise you not to accept without the support of some weightier authority, would be, I think, that issue in this case means issue ad infinitum, and that therefore the great-nephews and great-nieces would be entitled to inherit. But there might be another opinion. Yes, the question is a complicated one. What did I tell you? Groaned Peter. I knew this simplifying act would cause a shocking lot of muddle. May I ask, said Mr. Murbles, exactly why you want to know all this? Why, sir, said Wimsey, taking from his pocket-book the genealogy of the Dawson family which he had from the Reverend Hallelujah Dawson, here is the point. We have always talked about Mary Whittaker as Agatha Dawson's niece, she was always called so, and she speaks of the old lady as her aunt. But if you look at this, you will see that actually she was no nearer to her than great-niece, she was the granddaughter of Agatha's sister Harriet. Quite true, said Mr. Murbles, but still, she was apparently the nearest surviving relative, and since Agatha Dawson died in 1925, the money passed without any question to Mary Whittaker under the Old Property Act. There's no ambiguity there. No, said Wimsey, none whatever, that's the point. But, good God, broke in Parker, I'll see what you're driving at. When did the new Act come into force, sir? In January, 1926, replied Mr. Murbles. And Miss Dawson died, rather unexpectedly, as we know, in November, 1925, went on Peter. But supposing she had lived, as the doctor fully expected her to do, till February or March, 1926, are you absolutely positive, sir, that Mary Whittaker would have inherited then? Mr. Murbles opened his mouth to speak, and shut it again. He nibbed his hands very slowly the one over the other. He removed his eyeglasses and resettled them more firmly on his nose. Then, you are quite right, Lord Peter, he said in a grave tone, this is a very serious and important point. Much too serious for me to give an opinion on. If I understand you rightly, you are suggesting that any ambiguity in the interpretation of the new Act might provide an interested party with a very good and sufficient motive for hastening the death of Agatha Dawson? I do mean exactly that. Of course, if the great-niece inherits anyhow, the old lady might as well die under the new Act as under the old. But if there was any doubt about it, how tempting, don't you see, to give her a little push over the edge, so as to make her die in 1925. Especially as she couldn't live long anyhow, and there were no other relatives to be defrauded. That reminds me, put in Parker, suppose the great-niece is excluded from the inheritance, where does the money go? It goes to the Duchy of Lancaster, or in other words, to the Crown. In fact, said Wimsey, to no one in particular. Upon my soul, I really can't see that it's very much of a crime to bump a poor old thing off a bit previously when she's suffering horribly, just to get the money she intends you to have. Why the devil should the Duchy of Lancaster have it? Who cares about the Duchy of Lancaster? It's like defrauding the income tax. Ethically, observed Mr. Murbles, there may be much to be said for your point of view. Legally, I am afraid, murder is murder, however frail the victim or convenient the result. And Agatha Dawson didn't want to die, added Parker, she said so. No, said Wimsey, thoughtfully, and I suppose she had a right to an opinion. I think, said Mr. Murbles, that before we go any further, we ought to consult a specialist in this branch of the law. I wonder whether Tokington is at home. He is quite the ablest authority I could name. Greatly as I dislike that modern invention, the telephone, I think it might be advisable to ring him up. Mr. Tokington proved to be at home and at liberty. The case of the great-niece was put to him over the phone. Mr. Tokington, taken at a disadvantage without his authorities, and hazarding an opinion on the spur of the moment, thought that in all probability the great-niece would be excluded from the succession under the new Act. But it was an interesting point, and he would be glad of an opportunity to verify his references. Would not Mr. Murbles come round and talk it over with him? Mr. Murbles explained that he was at that moment dining with two friends who were interested in the question. In that case, would not the two friends also come round and see Mr. Tokington? Tokington has some very excellent port, said Mr. Murbles, in a cautious aside, and clapping his hand over the mouthpiece of the telephone. Then why not go and try it, said Wimsey, cheerfully. It's only as far as Gray's Inn, continued Mr. Murbles. All the better, said Lord Peter. Mr. Murbles released the telephone and thanked Mr. Tokington. The party would start at once for Gray's Inn. Mr. Tokington was heard to say, "Good, good," in a hearty manner before ringing off. On their arrival at Mr. Tokington's chambers, the oak was found to be hospitably unsported, and almost before they could, Mr. Tokington himself flung open the door and greeted them in a loud and cheerful tone. He was a large, square man with a florid face and a harsh voice. In court, he was famous for a way of saying, "Come now," as a preface to tying recalcitrant witnesses into tight knots, which he would then proceed to slash open with a brilliant confutation. He knew Wimsey by sight, expressed himself delighted to meet Inspector Parker, and bustled his guests into the room with jovial shouts. "I've been going into this little matter while you were coming along," he said. "Awkward, L. Ha! Astonishing thing that people can't say what they mean when they draw acts, eh? Ha! Why do you suppose it is, Lord Peter, eh? Ha! Come now. I'll suspect it's because acts are drawn up by lawyers," said Wimsey with a grin. "To make work for themselves, eh? I dare say you're right. Even lawyers must live, eh? Ha! Very good. Well now, Murbles, let's just have this case again, in greater detail, do you mind?" Mr. Murbles explained the matter again, displaying the genealogical table and putting forward the point as regards a possible motive for murder. "Aha!" exclaimed Mr. Tokington, much delighted. "That's good, very good, your idea, Lord Peter. Very ingenious. Too ingenious. The dock at the Old Bailey is peopled by gentlemen who are too ingenious. Ha! Come to a bad end one of these days, young man. Ill. Yes, well, now, Murbles, the question here turns on the interpretation of the word issue. You grasp that, eh? Ha! Yes. Well, you seem to think it means issue ad infinitum. How do you make that out? Come now." "L didn't say I thought it did, I said I thought it might," remonstrated Mr. Murbles, mildly. "The general intention of the Act appears to be to exclude any remote kill where the common ancestor is further back than the grandparents, not to cut off the descendants of the brothers and sisters." "Intention," snapped Mr. Tokington. "I'm astonished at you, Murbles. The law has nothing to do with good intentions. What does the Act say? It says, to the brothers and sisters of the whole blood and their issue. Now, in the absence of any new definition, I should say that the word is here to be considered as before the Act it was construed on intestacy, in so far, at any rate, as it refers to personal property, which I understand the property in question to be, a." "Yes," said Mr. Murbles. "Then I don't see that you and your great-niece have a leg to stand on. Come now." "Excuse me," said Wimsey, but do you mind, I know lay people are awful ignorant nuisances, but if you would be so good as to explain what the beastly word did or does mean, it would be frightfully helpful, don't you know? Ha! Well, it's like this, said Mr. Tokington, graciously. Before 1837, Queen Victoria, I know, said Peter, intelligently. Quite so. At the time when Queen Victoria came to the throne, the word issue had no legal meaning at all. You surprise me. You are too easily surprised, said Mr. Tokington. Many words have no legal meaning. Others have a legal meaning very unlike their ordinary meaning. For example, the word daffy-down-dilly. It is a criminal libel to call a lawyer a daffy-down-dilly. Ha! Yes, I advise you never to do such a thing. No, I certainly advise you never to do it. Then again, words which are quite meaningless in your ordinary conversation may have a meaning in law. For instance, I might say to a young man like yourself, you wish to leave such and such property to so-and-so. And you would very likely reply, oh, yes, absolutely, meaning nothing in particular by that. But if you were to write in your will, I'll leave such and such property to so-and-so absolutely, then that word would bear a definite legal meaning, and would condition your bequest in a certain manner, and might even prove an embarrassment and produce results very far from your actual intentions. Ha! You see. Quite. Very well. Prior to 1837, the word issue meant nothing. A grantor and his issue merely gave a life estate. Ha! But this was altered by the Wills Act of 1837. As far as a will was concerned, put in Mr. Murbles. Precisely. After 1837, in a will, issue meant heirs of the body, that is to say, issue ad infinitum. In a deed, on the other hand, issue retained its old meaning, or lack of meaning. Ha! You follow? Yes, said Mr. Murbles, and on intestacy of personal property, I am coming to that, said Mr. Tokington. The word issue continued to mean heirs of the body, and that held good till 1926. Stop, said Mr. Tokington, issue of the child or children of the deceased certainly meant issue ad infinitum, but issue of any person not a child of the deceased only meant the child of that person and did not include other descendants. And that undoubtedly held good till 1926. And since the new Act contains no statement to the contrary, I think we must presume that it continues to hold good. Illa. Come now. In the case before us, you observe that the claimant is not the child of the deceased nor issue of the child of the deceased, nor is she the child of the deceased's sister. She is merely the grandchild of the deceased sister of the deceased. Accordingly, I think she is debarred from inheriting under the new Act. Ha! I see your point, said Mr. Murbles. And moreover, went on Mr. Tokington, after 1925, issue in a will or deed does not mean issue ad infinitum. That at least is clearly stated, and the Wills Act of 1837 is revoked on that point. Not that that has any direct bearing on the question. But it may be an indication of the tendency of modern interpretation, and might possibly affect the mind of the court in deciding how the word issue was to be concealed for the purposes of the new Act. Well, said Mr. Murbles, I bow to your superior knowledge. In any case, broke in Parker, any uncertainty in the matter would provide as good a motive for murder as the certainty of exclusion from inheritance. If Mary Whittaker only thought she might lose the money in the event of her great-aunt surviving into 1926, she might quite well be tempted to polish her off a little earlier, and make sure. That's true enough, said Mr. Murbles. Shrewd, very shrewd, ha, added Mr. Tokington. But you realize that all this theory of yours depends on Mary Whittaker's having known about the new Act and its probable consequences as early as October, 1925, ha. There's no reason why she shouldn't, said Wimsey. I'll remember reading an article in the Evening Banner, I think it was, some months earlier, about the time when the Act was having its second reading. That's what put the thing into my head. I was trying to remember all evening where I'd seen that thing about washing out the long-lost heir, you know. Mary Whittaker may easily have seen it too. Well, she'd probably have taken advice about it if she did, said Mr. Murbles. Who is her usual man of affairs? Wimsey shook his head. I don't think she'd have asked him, he objected. Not if she was wise, that is. You see, if she did, and he said she probably wouldn't get anything unless Miss Dawson either made a will or died before January 1926, and a factor that the old lady did unexpectedly pop off in October 1925, wouldn't the solicitor Johnny feel inclined to ask questions? It wouldn't be safe, don't you know. I expect she went to some stranger and asked a few innocent little questions under another name. What? Probably, said Mr. Tokington. You show a remarkable disposition for crime, don't you, eh? Well, if I did go in for it, I'd take reasonable precautions, retorted Wimsey. It's wonderful, of course, the tomfool things murderers do. But I have the highest opinion of Miss Whittaker's brains. I bet she covered her tracks pretty well. You don't think Mr. Probyn mentioned the matter, suggested Parker, the time he went down and tried to get Miss Dawson to make her will? John, said Wimsey, with energy, but I'm pretty certain he tried to explain matters to the old lady, only she was so terrified of the very idea of a will she wouldn't let him get a word in. But I fancy old Probyn was too downy a bird to tell the heir that her only chance of getting the dollars was to see that her great-aunt died off before the Act went through. Would you tell anybody that, Mr. Tokington? Not if I knew it, said that gentleman, grinning. It would be highly undesirable, agreed Mr. Murbles. Anyway, said Wimsey, we can easily find out. Probyn's in Italy. I was going to write to him, but perhaps you'd better do it, Murbles. And, in the meanwhile, Charles and I will think up a way to find whoever it was that did give Miss Whittaker an opinion on the matter. You're not forgetting, I suppose, said Parker, rather dryly, that before pinning down a murder to any particular motive, it is usual to ascertain that a murder has been committed? So far, all we know is that, after a careful post-mortem analysis, 2 qualified doctors have agreed that Miss Dawson died a natural death. I wish you wouldn't keep on saying the same thing, Charles. It bores me so. It's like the raven never flitting which, as the poet observes, still is sitting, inviting one to heave the pallid bust of Pallas at him and have done with it. You wait till I publish my epoch-making work, The Murderer's Vade Mecum, or 101 Ways of Causing Sudden Death. That'll show you I'm not a man to be trifled with. Oh, well, said Parker. But he saw the Chief Commissioner next morning and reported that he was at last disposed to take the Dawson case seriously. Chapter 15 Temptation of St. Peter. Pero, Scaramel, I am tempted. Scaranial, always yield to temptation. L. Houseman, Prunella. As Parker came out from the Chief Commissioner's room, he was caught by an officer. There's been a lady on the phone to you, he said. L told her to ring up at 10:30. It's about that now. What name? A Mrs. Forrest. She wouldn't say what she wanted. Odd, thought Parker. His researches in the matter had been so unfruitful that he had practically eliminated Mrs. Forrest from the Go-Tobed mystery, merely keeping her filed, as it were, in the back of his mind for future reference. It occurred to him, whimsically, that she had at length discovered the absence of one of her wine glasses and was ringing him up in a professional capacity. His conjectures were interrupted by his being called to the telephone to answer Mrs. Forrest's call. Is that Detective Inspector Parker? I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could you give me Mr. Templeton's address? Templeton, said Parker, momentarily puzzled. Wasn't it Templeton, the gentleman who came with you to see me? Oh, yes, of course, I beg your pardon, the matter had slipped my memory. You want his address? I have some information which I think he will be glad to hear. Oh, yes. You can speak quite freely to me, you know, Mrs. Forrest. Not quite freely, purred the voice at the other end of the wire, you are rather official, you know. I should prefer just to write to Mr. Templeton privately, and leave it to him to take up with you. I see. Parker's brain worked briskly. It might be inconvenient to have Mrs. Forrest writing to Mr. Templeton at IIOA, Piccadilly. The letter might not be delivered. Or, if the lady were to take it into her head to call and discovered that Mr. Templeton was not known to the porter, she might take alarm and bottle up her valuable information. I think, said Parker, I ought not, perhaps, to give you Mr. Templeton's address without consulting him. But you could phone him. Oh, yes, that would do. Is he in the book? No, but I can give you his private number. Thank you very much. You 11 forgive my bothering you. No trouble at all. And he named Lord Peter's number. Having rung off, he waited a moment and then called the number himself. Look here, Wimsey, he said, I've had a call from Mrs. Forrest. She wants to write to you. I wouldn't give the address, but I've given her your number, so if she calls and asks for Mr. Templeton, you will remember who you are, won't you? Righty-ho. Wonder what the fair lady wants. It's probably occurred to her that she might have told a better story, and she wants to work off a few additions and improvements on you. Then she'll probably give herself away. The rough sketch is frequently so much more convincing than the worked-up canvas. Quite so. I couldn't get anything out of her myself. No, I expect she's thought it over and decided that it's rather unusual to employ Scotland Yard to ferret out the whereabouts of errant husbands. She fancies there's something up, and that I'm a nice soft-headed imbecile whom she can easily pump in the absence of the official service. Probably. Well, you'll deal with the matter. I'm going to make a search for that solicitor. Rather a vague sort of search, isn't it? Well, I've got an idea which may work out. I'll let you know if I get any results. Mrs. Forrest's call duly came through in about 20 minutes' time. Mrs. Forrest had changed her mind. Would Mr. Templeton come round and see her that evening, about 9:00, if that was convenient? She had thought the matter over and preferred not to put her information on paper. Mr. Templeton would be very happy to come round. He had no other engagement. It was no inconvenience at all. He begged Mrs. Forrest not to mention it. Would Mr. Templeton be so good as not to tell anybody about his visit? Mr. Forrest and his sleuths were continually on the watch to get Mrs. Forrest into trouble, and the decree absolute was due to come up in a month's time. Any trouble with the King's proctor would be positively disastrous. It would be better if Mr. Templeton would come by underground to Bond Street, and proceed to the flats on foot, so as not to have a car standing outside the door or put a taxi driver into a position to give testimony against Mrs. Forrest. Mr. Templeton chivalrously promised to obey these directions. Mrs. Forrest was greatly obliged, and would expect him at 9:00. Bunter. My lord, I am going out tonight. I've been asked not to say where, so I won't. On the other hand, I've got a kind of feeling that it's unwise to disappear from mortal ken, so to speak. Anything might happen. One might have a stroke, don't you know? So I'm going to leave the address in a sealed envelope. If I don't turn up before tomorrow morning, I shall consider myself absolved from all promises. What? Very good, my lord. And if I'm not to be found at that address, there wouldn't be any harm in trying, say Epping Forest, or Wimbledon Common. Quite so, my lord. By the way, you made the photographs of those fingerprints I brought you some time ago. Oh, yes, my lord. Because possibly Mr. Parker may be wanting them presently for some inquiries he will be making. L. Quite understand, my lord. Nothing whatever to do with my excursion tonight, you understand? Certainly not, my lord. And now you might bring me Christie's catalogue. I shall be attending a sale there and lunching at the club. And, detaching his mind from crime, Lord Peter bent his intellectual and financial powers to outbidding and breaking a ring of dealers, an exercise very congenial to his mischievous spirit. Lord Peter duly fulfilled the conditions imposed upon him, and arrived on foot at the block of flats in South Audley Street. Mrs. Forrest, as before, opened the door to him herself. It was surprising, he considered, that, situated as she was, she appeared to have neither maid nor companion. But then, he supposed, a chaperone, however disarming of suspicion in the eyes of the world, might prove venal. On the whole, Mrs. Forrest's principle was a sound one: no accomplices. Many transgressors, he reflected, had died because they never knew these simple little rules, and few. Mrs. Forrest apologized prettily for the inconvenience to which she was putting Mr. Templeton. "But I never know when I am not spied upon," she said. "It is sheer spite, you know. Considering how my husband has behaved to me, I think it is monstrous, don't you?" Her guest agreed that Mr. Forrest must be a monster, Jesuitically, however, reserving the opinion that the monster might be a fabulous one. "And now you will be wondering why I have brought you here," went on the lady. "Do come and sit on the sofa. Will you have whiskey or coffee?" "Coffee, please." "The fact is," said Mrs. Forrest, "that I've had an idea since I saw you. You know, having been much in the same position myself," with a slight laugh, "L felt so much for your friend's wife." Sylvia put in Lord Peter with commendable promptitude. "Oh, yes. Shocking temper and so on, but possibly some provocation?" Yes, quite. Poor woman. Feels things, extra sensitive, highly strung and all that, don't you know?" "Quite so." Mrs. Forrest nodded her fantastically turbaned head. Swathed to the eyebrows in gold tissue, with only 2 flat crescents of yellow hair plastered over her cheekbones, she looked, in an exotic smoking suit of embroidered tissue, like a young prince out of the Arabian Nights. Her heavily ringed hands busied themselves with the coffee cups. "Well, I felt that your inquiries were really serious, you know, and though, as I told you, it had nothing to do with me, I was interested and mentioned the matter in a letter to my friend, you see, who was with me that night." "Just so," said Wimsey, taking the cup from her, "was very, it was kind of you to be interested. He, my friend, is abroad at the moment. My letter had to follow him, and I only got his reply today." Mrs. Forrest took a sip or two of coffee as though to clear her recollection. "His letter rather surprised me. He reminded me that after dinner he had felt the room rather close, and had opened the sitting-room window, that window, there, which overlooks South Audley Street. He noticed a car standing there, a small closed one, black or dark blue or some such colour. And while he was looking idly at it, the way one does, you know, he saw a man and woman come out of this block of flats, not this door, but 1 or 2 along to the left, and get in and drive off. The man was in evening dress and he thought it might have been your friend." Lord Peter, with his coffee cup at his lips, paused and listened with great attention. "Was the girl in evening dress, too?" "No, that struck my friend particularly. She was in just a plain little dark suit, with a hat on." Lord Peter recalled to mind as nearly as possible Bertha Gotobe's costume. Was this going to be real evidence at last? That's very interesting," he stammered. "L suppose your friend couldn't give any more exact details of the dress?" "No," replied Mrs. Forrest, regretfully, "but he said the man's arm was round the girl as though she was feeling tired or unwell, and he heard him say, 'That's right, the fresh air will do you good.'" But you're not drinking your coffee. "L beg your pardon," Wimsey recalled himself with a start. L was dreamin', putting two and two together, as you might say. So he was along here at the time, the artful beggar. "Oh, the coffee. L, you mind if I put this away and have some without sugar?" "I'm so sorry. Men always seem to take sugar in black coffee." "Give it to me, I'll empty it away." "Allow me." There was no slop basin on the little table, but Wimsey quickly got up and poured the coffee into the window box outside. "That's all right. How about another cup for you?" "Thank you, I oughtn't to take it really, it keeps me awake." "Just a drop." "Oh, well, if you like." She filled both cups and sat sipping quietly. "Well, that's all, really, but I thought perhaps I ought to let you know." "It was very good of you," said Wimsey. They sat talking a little longer, about plays in town. "I go out very little, you know, it's better to keep oneself out of the limelight on these occasions, and books, Elle adore Michael Arlen." Had she read Young Men in Love yet? No, she had ordered it from the library. Wouldn't Mr. Templeton have something to eat or drink? Really? A brandy? A liqueur? No, thank you. And Mr. Templeton felt he really ought to be slipping along now. "No, don't go yet, I get so lonely, these long evenings." There was a desperate kind of appeal in her voice. Lord Peter sat down again. She began a rambling and rather confused story about her friend. She had given up so much for the friend. And now that her divorce was really coming off, she had a terrible feeling that perhaps the friend was not as affectionate as he used to be. It was very difficult for a woman, and life was very hard. And so on. As the minutes passed, Lord Peter became uncomfortably aware that she was watching him. The words tumbled out, hurriedly, yet lifelessly, like a set task, but her eyes were the eyes of a person who expects something. Something alarming, he decided, yet something she was determined to have. It reminded him of a man waiting for an operation, keyed up to it, knowing that it will do him good, yet shrinking from it with all his senses. He kept up his end of the fatuous conversation. Behind a barrage of small talk, his mind ran quickly to and fro, analyzing the position, getting the range. Suddenly he became aware that she was trying, clumsily, stupidly and as though in spite of herself, to get him to make love to her. The fact itself did not strike Wimsey as odd. He was rich enough, well-bred enough, attractive enough and man of the world enough to have received similar invitations fairly often in his 37 years of life. And not always from experienced women. There had been those who sought experience as well as those qualified to bestow it. But so awkward an approach by a woman who admitted to already possessing a husband and a lover was a phenomenon outside his previous knowledge. Moreover, he felt that the thing would be a nuisance. Mrs. Forrest was handsome enough, but she had not a particle of attraction for him. For all her makeup and her somewhat outspoken costume, she struck him as spinsterish, even epicene. That was the thing which puzzled him during their previous interview. Parker, a young man of rigid virtue and limited worldly knowledge, was not sensitive to these emanations. But Wimsey had felt her as something essentially sexless, even then. And he felt it even more strongly now. Never had he met a woman in whom the great and eloquently hymned by Mrs. Eleanor Glynn was so completely lacking. Her bare shoulder was against him now, marking his broadcloth with white patches of powder. Blackmail was the first explanation that occurred to him. The next move would be for the fabulous Mr. Forrest, or someone representing him, to appear suddenly in the doorway, aglow with virtuous wrath and outraged sensibilities. A very pretty little trap, thought Wimsey, adding aloud, "Well, I really must be getting along." She caught him by the arm. "Don't go." There was no caress in the touch, only a kind of desperation. He thought, if she really made a practice of this, she would do it better. Truly, he said, I oughtn't to stay longer. It wouldn't be safe for you. I'll risk it, she said. A passionate woman might have said it passionately, or with a brave gaiety, or challengingly, or alluringly, or mysteriously. She said it grimly. Her fingers dug at his arm. Well, damn it all, I'll risk it, thought Wimsey. I must and will know what it's all about. Poor little woman. He coaxed into his voice the throaty, fatuous tone of the man who is preparing to make an amorous fool of himself. He felt her body stiffen as he slipped his arm round her, but she gave a little sigh of relief. He pulled her suddenly and violently to him, and kissed her mouth with a practiced exaggeration of passion. He knew then. No one who has ever encountered it can ever again mistake that awful shrinking, that uncontrollable revulsion of the flesh against a caress that is nauseous. He thought for a moment that she was going to be actually sick. He released her gently, and stood up, his mind in a whirl, but somehow triumphant. His first instinct had been right, after all. That was very naughty of me, he said, lightly. You made me forget myself. You will forgive me, won't you? She sighed, shaken. And I really must toddle. It's gettin' frightfully late and all that. Where's my hat? Ah, yes, in the hall. Now, goodbye, Mrs. Forrest, and take care of yourself. And thank you ever so much for telling me about what your friend saw. You are really going? She spoke as though she had lost all hope. In God's name, thought Wimsey, what does she want? Does she suspect that Mr. Templeton is not everything that he seems? Does she want me to stay the night so that she can get a look at the laundry mark on my shirt? Should I suddenly save the situation for her by offering her Lord Peter Wimsey's visiting card? His brain toyed freakishly with the thought as he babbled his way to the door. She let him go without further words. As he stepped into the hall, he turned and looked at her. She stood in the middle of the room, watching him, and on her face was such a fury of fear and rage as tumbled his blood to water. Chapter 16. A cast-iron alibi. Oh, Sammy, why vaughn't there an alibi? Pickwick Papers. Miss Whittaker and the youngest Miss Findlater had returned from their expedition. Miss Climpson, most faithful of sleuths, and carrying Lord Peter's letter of instructions in the pocket of her skin like a talisman, had asked the youngest Miss Findlater to tea. As a matter of fact, Miss Climpson had become genuinely interested in the girl. Silly affectation and gush, and apparent repetition of the shibboleths of the modern school were symptoms that the experienced spinster well understood. They indicated, she thought, a real unhappiness, a real dissatisfaction with the narrowness of life in a country town. And besides this, Miss Climpson felt sure that Vera Findlater was being upon, as she expressed it to herself, by the handsome Mary Whittaker. It would be a mercy for the girl, thought Miss Climpson, if she could form a genuine attachment to a young man. It is natural for a schoolgirl to be schwärmerisch. In a young woman of 22 it is thoroughly undesirable. That Whittaker woman encourages it, she would, of course. She likes to have someone to admire her and run her errands. And she prefers it to be a stupid person, who will not compete with her. If Mary Whittaker were to marry, she would marry a rabbit. Miss Climpson's active mind quickly conjured up a picture of the rabbit, fair-haired and a little paunchy, with a habit of saying, "I'll ask the wife." Miss Climpson wondered why Providence saw fit to create such men. For Miss Climpson men were intended to be masterful, even though wicked or foolish. She was a spinster maid and not bomb, a perfectly womanly woman. But thought Miss Climpson, Mary Whittaker is not of the marrying sort. She is a professional woman by nature. She has a profession, by the way, but she does not intend to go back to it. Probably nursing demands too much sympathy, and one is under the authority of the doctors. Mary Whittaker prefers to control the lives of chicken. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Dear me! I wonder if it is uncharitable to compare a fellow being to Satan. Only in poetry, of course, I dare say that makes it not so bad. At any rate, I am certain that Mary Whittaker is doing Vera Findlater no good. Miss Climpson's guest was very ready to tell about their month in the country. They had toured round at first for a few days, and then they had heard of a delightful poultry farm which was for sale, near Orpington in Kent. So they had gone down to have a look at it, and found that it was to be sold in about a fortnight's time. It wouldn't have been wise, of course, to take it over without some inquiries, and by the greatest good fortune they found a dear little cottage to let, furnished, quite close by. So they had taken it for a few weeks, while Miss Whittaker looked round and found out about the state of the poultry business in that district, and so on. They had enjoyed it so, and it was delightful keeping house together, right away from all the silly people at home. Of course, I don't mean you, Miss Climpson. You come from London and are so much more broad-minded. But I simply can't stick the Leonton lot, nor can Mary. It is very delightful, said Miss Climpson, to be free from the conventions, I'm sure, especially if one is in company with a kindred spirit. Yes, of course Mary and I are tremendous friends, though she is so much cleverer than I am. It's absolutely settled that we're to take the farm and run it together. Won't it be wonderful? Won't you find it rather dull and lonely, just you two girls together? You mustn't forget that you've been accustomed to see quite a lot of young people in Leonton. Shan't you miss the tennis parties, and the young men, and so on? Oh, no. If you only knew what a stupid lot they are. Anyway, I've no use for men. Miss Findlater tossed her head. They haven't got any ideas. And they always look on women as sort of pets or playthings. As if a woman like Mary wasn't worth 50 of them. You should have heard that Markham man the other day, talking politics to Mr. Tregold, so that nobody could get a word in edgeways, and then saying, I'm afraid this is a very dull subject of conversation for you, Miss Whittaker, in his condescending way. Mary said in that quiet way of hers, oh, I think the subject is anything but dull, Mr. Markham. But he was so stupid, he couldn't even grasp that, and said, one doesn't expect ladies to be interested in politics, you know. But perhaps you are one of the modern young ladies who want the flappers' vote. Ladies, indeed. Why are men so insufferable when they talk about ladies? I think men are apt to be jealous of women, replied Miss Climpson, thoughtfully, and jealousy does make people rather peevish and ill-mannered. I suppose that when one would ilk to despise a set of people and yet has a horrid suspicion that one can't genuinely despise them, it makes one exaggerate one's contempt for them in conversation. That is why, my dear, I am always very careful not to speak sneeringly about men, even though they often deserve it, you know. But if I did, everybody would think I was an envious old maid, wouldn't they? Well, I mean to be an old maid, anyhow, retorted Miss Findlater. Mary and I have quite decided that. We're interested in things, not in men. You've made a good start at finding out how it's going to work, said Miss Climpson. Living with a person for a month is an excellent test. I suppose you had somebody to do the housework for you? Not a soul. We did every bit of it, and it was great fun. I'm ever so good at scrubbing floors and laying fires and things, and Mary's a simply marvellous cook. It was such a change from having the servants always buffering round like they do at home. Of course, it was quite a modern, labour-saving cottage. It belongs to some theatrical people, I think. And what did you do when you weren't inquiring into the poultry business? Oh, we ran round in the car and saw places and attended markets. Markets are frightfully amusing, with all the funny old farmers and people. Of course, I'd often been to markets before, but Mary made it all so interesting, and then, too, we were picking up hints all the time for our own marketing later on. Did you none up to town at all? No. I should have thought you'd have taken the opportunity for a little jaunt. Mary hates town. Elle thought you rather enjoyed a run up now and then. I'm not keen. Not now. I used to think I was, but I expect that was only the sort of spiritual restlessness one gets when one hasn't an object in life. There's nothing in it. Miss Findlater spoke with the air of a disillusioned rake, who has sucked life's orange and found it dead sea fruit. Miss Climpson did not smile. She was accustomed to the role of confidante. So you were together, just you two, all the time? Every minute of it. And we weren't bored with one another a bit. I hope your experiment will prove very successful, said Miss Climpson. But when you really start on your life together, don't you think it would be wise to arrange for a few breaks in it? A little change of companionship is good for everybody. I've known so many happy friendships spoilt by people seeing too much of one another. They couldn't have been real friendships, then asserted the girl, dogmatically. Mary and I are absolutely happy together. Still, said Miss Climpson, if you don't mind an old woman giving you a word of warning, I should be inclined not to keep the bow always bent. Suppose Miss Whittaker, for instance, wanted to go off and have a day in town on her own, say, or go to stay with friends, you would have to learn not to mind that. Of course I shouldn't mind. Why, she checked herself. I mean, I'm quite sure that Mary would be even bit as loyal to me as I am to her. That's right, said Miss Climpson. The longer I live, my dear, the more certain I become that jealousy is the most fatal of feelings. The Bible calls it cruel as the grave, and I'm sure that is so. Absolute loyalty, without jealousy, is the essential thing. Yes. Though naturally one would hate to think that the person one was really friends with was putting another person in one's place. Miss Climpson, you do believe, don't you, that a friendship ought to be 50-50? That is the ideal friendship, I suppose, said Miss Climpson, thoughtfully, but I think it is a very rare thing. Among women, that is. I doubt very much if I've ever seen an example of it. Men, I believe, find it easier to give and take in that way, probably because they have so many outside interests. Men's friendships, oh yes. I know one hears a lot about them. But half the time, I don't believe they are real friendships at all. Men can go off for years and forget all about their friends. And they don't really confide in one another. Mary and I tell each other all our thoughts and feelings. Men seem just content to think each other good sorts without ever bothering about their inmost selves. Probably that's why their friendships last so well, replied Miss Climpson. They don't make such demands on one another. But a great friendship does make demands, cried Miss Findlater eagerly. It's got to be just everything to one. It's wonderful the way it seems to colour all one's thoughts. Instead of being centred in oneself, one's centred in the other person. That's what Christian love means, one's ready to die for the other person. Well, I don't know, said Miss Climpson. Elle once heard a sermon about that from a most splendid priest, and he said that that kind of love might become idolatry if one wasn't very careful. He said that Milton's remark about Eve, you know, he for God only, she for in him, was not congruous with Catholic doctrine. One must get the proportions right, and it was out of proportion to see everything through the eyes of another fellow creature. One must put God first, of course, said Miss Findlater, a little formally. But if the friendship is mutual, that was the point, quite unselfish 011 both sides, it must be a good thing. Love is always good, when it's the right KMD, agreed Miss Climpson, but I don't think it ought to be too possessive. One has to train oneself. She hesitated, and went on courageously, and in any case, my dear, I cannot help feeling that it is more natural, more proper, in a sense, for a man and woman to be all in all to one another than for two persons of the same sex. After all, it is a fruitful affection, said Miss Climpson, boggling a trifle at this idea, and all that, you know, and I am sure that when the right man comes along for you, bother the right man, cried Miss Findlater, crossly. Elle do hate that kind of talk. It makes one feel dreadful, like a prize cow or something. Surely, we have got beyond that point of view in these days. Miss Climpson perceived that she had let her honest zeal outrun her detective discretion. She had lost the goodwill of her informant, and it was better to change the conversation. However, she could assure Lord Peter now of one thing. Whoever the woman was that Mrs. Cropper had seen at Liverpool, it was not Miss Whittaker. The attached Miss Findlater, who had never left her friend's side, was sufficient guarantee of that. Chapter 17. The Country Lawyer's Story. And he that gives us in these days new lords may give us noy laws. Whither, contented man S. Morris. Letter from M. Probin, retired solicitor, of Villabianca, Firesole, to Mr. Marbles, solicitor, of Staple Inn. Private and confidential. Dear Sir, I was much interested in your letter relative to the death of Miss Agatha Dawson, late of Leonton, and will do my best to answer your inquiries as briefly as possible, always, of course, on the understanding that all information as to the affairs of my late client will be treated as strictly confidential. I make an exception, of course, in favour of the police officer you mention in connection with the matter. You wish to know, L, whether Miss Agatha Dawson was aware that it might possibly prove necessary, under the provisions of the new Act, for her to make a testamentary disposition, in order to ensure that her great niece, Miss Mary Whittaker, should inherit her personal property. 2. Whether I ever urged her to make this testamentary disposition and what her reply was. 3. Whether I had made Miss Mary Whittaker aware of the situation in which she might be placed, supposing her great-aunt to die intestate later than the 31st of December, 1925. In the course of the spring of 1925, my attention was called by a learned friend to the ambiguity of the wording of certain clauses in the Act, especially in respect of the failure to define the precise interpretation to be placed on the word issue. I immediately passed in review the affairs of my various clients, with a view to satisfying myself that the proper dispositions had been made in each case to avoid misunderstanding and litigation in case of intestacy. I at once realized that Miss Whittaker's inheritance of Miss Dawson's property entirely depended on the interpretation given to the clauses in question. I was aware that Miss Dawson was extremely averse from making a will, owing to that superstitious dread of decease which we meet with so frequently in our profession. However, I thought it my duty to make her understand the question and to do my utmost to get a will signed. Accordingly, I went down to Leonton and laid the matter before her. This was on March the 14th, or thereabouts, I am not certain to the precise day. Unhappily, I encountered Miss Dawson at a moment when her opposition to the obnoxious idea of making a will was at its strongest. Her doctor had informed her that a further operation would become necessary in the course of the next few weeks, and I could have selected no more unfortunate occasion for indulging the subject of death upon her mind. She resented any such suggestion. There was a conspiracy, she declared, to frighten her into dying under the operation. It appears that that very tactless practitioner of hers had frightened her with a similar suggestion before her previous operation. But she had come through that, and she meant to come through this, if only people would not anger and alarm her. Of course, if she had died under the operation, the whole question would have settled itself and there would have been no need of any will. I pointed out that the very reason why I was anxious for the will to be made was that I fully expected her to live on into the following years, and I explained the provisions of the Act once more, as clearly as I could. She retoned that in that case I had no business to come and trouble her about the question at all. It would be time enough when the Act was passed. Naturally, the fool of a doctor had insisted that she was not to be told what her disease was. They always do, and she was convinced that the next operation would make all right and that she would live for years. When I ventured to insist, giving as my reason that we men of laws always preferred to be on the safe and cautious side, she became exceedingly angry with me, and practically ordered me out of the house. A few days afterwards I received a letter from her, complaining of my impertinence, and saying that she could no longer feel any confidence in a person who treated her with such inconsiderate rudeness. At her request, I forwarded all her private papers in my possession to Mr. Hodgson, of Leonton, and I have not held any communication with any member of the family since that date. This answers your first and second questions. With regard to the third, I certainly did not think it proper to inform Miss Whittaker that her inheritance might depend upon her great-aunt's either making a will or else dying before the 31st of December, 1925. While I know nothing to the young lady's disadvantage, I have always held it inadvisable that persons should know too exactly how much they stand to gain by the unexpected decease of other persons. In case of any unforeseen accident, the heirs may find themselves in an equivocal position, where the fact of their possessing such knowledge might, if made public, be highly prejudicial to their interests. The most that I thought it proper to say was that if at any time Miss Dawson should express a wish to see me, I should like to be sent for without delay. Of course, the withdrawal of Miss Dawson's affairs from my hands put it out of my power to interfere any further. In October, 1925, feeling that my health was not what it had been, I retired from business and came to Italy. In this country the English papers do not always arrive regularly, and I missed the announcement of Miss Dawson's death. That it should have occurred so suddenly and under circumstances somewhat mysterious, is certainly interesting. You say further that you would be glad of my opinion on Miss Agatha Dawson's mental condition at the time when I last saw her. It was perfectly clear and competent, in so far as she was ever competent to deal with business. She was in no way gifted to grapple with legal problems, and I had extreme difficulty in getting her to understand what the trouble was with regard to the new Property Act. Having been brought up all her life to the idea that property went of right to the next of kin, she found it inconceivable that this state of things should ever alter. She assured me that the law would never permit the government to pass such an act. When I had reluctantly persuaded her that it would, she was quite sure that no court would be wicked enough to interpret the act so as to give the money to anybody but Miss Whittaker, when she was clearly the proper person to have it. Why should the Duchy of Lancaster have any right to it, she kept on saying. Elle don't even know the Duke of Lancaster. She was not a particularly sensible woman, and in the end I was not at all sure that I had made her comprehend the situation, quite apart from the dislike she had of pursuing the subject. However, there is no doubt that she was then quite compos mentis. My reason for urging her to make the will before her final operation was, of course, that I feared she might subsequently lose the use of her faculties, or, which comes to the same thing from a business point of view, might have to be kept continually under the influence of opiates. Trusting that you will find here the information you require, I remain, yours faithfully. Those. Probin. Mr. Murbles read this letter through twice, very thoughtfully. To even his cautious mind, the thing began to look like the makings of a case. In his neat, elderly hand, he wrote a little note to Detective Inspector Parker, begging him to call at Staple Inn at his earliest convenience. Mr. Parker, however, was experiencing nothing at that moment but inconvenience. He had been calling on solicitors for 2 whole days, and his soul sickened at the sight of a brass plate. He glanced at the long list in his hand, and distastefully counted up the scores of names that still remained unticked. Parker was one of those methodical, painstaking people whom the world could so ill spare. When he worked with Wimsey on a case, it was an understood thing that anything lengthy, intricate, tedious and soul-destroying was done by Parker. He sometimes felt that it was irritating of Wimsey to take this so much for granted. He felt so now. It was a hot day. The pavements were dusty. Pieces of paper blew about the streets. Buses were grilling outside and stuffy inside. The express dairy, where Parker was eating a hurried lunch, seemed full of the odours of fried plaice and boiling tea urns. Wimsey, he knew, was lunching at his club, before running down with Freddie Arbuthnot to see the New Zealanders at somewhere or other. He had seen him, a vision of exquisite pale grey, ambling gently along Pall Mall. Damn Wimsey! Why couldn't he have let Miss Dawson rest quietly in her grave? There she was, doing no harm to anybody, and Wimsey must insist on prying into her affairs and bringing the inquiry to such a point that Parker simply had to take official notice of it. Oh well. He supposed he must go on with these infernal solicitors. He was proceeding on a system of his own, which might or might not prove delightful. He had reviewed the subject of the new Property Act, and decided that if and when Miss Whittaker had become aware of its possible effect on her own expectations, she would at once consider taking legal advice. Her first thought would no doubt be to consult a solicitor in Leonton, and unless she already had the idea of foul play in her mind, there was nothing to deter her from doing so. Accordingly, Parker's first move had been to run down to Leonton and interview the 3 firms of solicitors there. All 3 were able to reply quite positively that they had never received such an inquiry from Miss Whittaker, or from anybody, during the year 1925. One solicitor, indeed, the senior partner of Hodgson & Hodgson, to whom Miss Dawson had entrusted her affairs after her quarrel with Mr. Probyn, looked a little oddly at Parker when he heard the question. "I assure you, Inspector," he said, "that if the point had been brought to my notice in such a way, I should snidely have remembered it, in the light of subsequent events." "The matter never crossed your mind, I suppose," said Parker, "when the question arose of winding up the estate and proving Miss Whittaker's claim to inherit." "I can't say it did. Had there been any question of searching for next of kin, it might, I don't say it would, have occurred to me. But I had a very clear histo of the family connections from Mr. Probyn. The death took place nearly 2 months before the Act came into force, and the formalities all went through more or less automatically. In fact, I never thought about the Act one way or another in that connection." Parker said he was not surprised to hear it, and favoured Mr. Hodgson with Mr. Tokington's learned opinion on the subject, which interested Mr. Hodgson very much. And that was all he got at Leonton, except that he fluttered Miss Climpson very much by calling upon her and hearing all about her interview with Vera Findlater. Miss Climpson walked to the station with him, in the hope that they might meet. "Miss, I'm sure you would be interested to see her," but they were unlucky. On the whole, thought Parker, it might be just as well. After all, though he would like to see Miss Whittaker, he was not particularly keen on her seeing him, especially in Miss Climpson's company. "By the way," he said to Miss Climpson, "you had better explain me in some way to Mrs. Budge, or she may be a bit inquisitive." "But I have," replied Miss Climpson, with an engaging giggle. "When Mrs. Budge said there was a Mr. Parker to see me, of course I realized at once that she mustn't know who you were, so I said, quite quickly, 'Mr. Parker.'" "Oh, that must be my nephew Adolphus." "You don't mind being Adolphus, do you?" "It's funny, but that was the only name that came into my mind at the moment. I can't think why, for I've never known an Adolphus." "Miss Climpson," said Parker, solemnly, "you are a marvellous woman, and I wouldn't mind even if you'd called me Marmaduke." So here he was, working out his second line of inquiry. If Miss N. Whittaker did not go to a Leonton solicitor, to whom would she go? There was Mr. Probyn, of course, but he did not think she would have selected him. She would not have known him at Crofton, of course, she had never actually lived with her great-aunts. She had met him the day he came down to Leonton to see Miss Dawson. He had not then taken her into his confidence about the object of his visit, but she must have known from what her aunt said that it had to do with the making of a will. In the light of her new knowledge, she would guess that Mr. Probyn had then had the Act in his mind, and had not thought fit to tst her with the facts. If she asked him now, he would probably reply that Miss Dawson's affairs were no longer in his hands, and refer her to Mr. Hodgson. And besides, if she asked the question and anything were to happen, Mr. Probyn might remember it. No, she would not have approached Mr. Probyn. What then? To the person who has anything to conceal, to the person who wants to lose his identity as one leaf among the leaves of a forest, to the person who asks no more than to pass by and be forgotten, There is one name above others which promises a haven of safety and oblivion. London. Where no one knows his neighbour. Where shops do not know their customers. Where physicians are suddenly called to unknown patients whom they never see again. Where you may lie dead in your house for months together unmissed and unnoticed till the gas inspector comes to look at the meter. Where strangers are friendly and friends are casual. London, whose rather untidy and grubby bosom is the reposit 01Y of so many odd secrets. Discreet, incurious and all-enfolding London. Not that Parker put it that way to himself. He merely thought, 10 to 1 she'd try London. They mostly think they are safer there. Miss Whittaker knew London, of course. She had trained at the Royal Free. That meant she would know Book.2 better than any other district. For nobody knew better than Parker how rarely Londoners move out of their own panicular little orbit. Unless, of course, she had at some time during her time at the hospital been recommended to a solicitor in another quarter, the chances were that she would have gone to a solicitor in the Bloomsbury or Holborn district. Unfortunately for Parker, this is a quarter which swarms with solicitors. Gray's Inn Road, Gray's Inn itself, Bedford Row, Holborn, Lincoln's Inn, the brass plates grow all about as thick as blackberries. Which was why Parker was feeling so hot, tired and fed up that June afternoon. With an impatient grunt he pushed away his eggy plate, paid at the desk please, and crossed the road towards Bedford Row, which he had marked down as his portion for the afternoon. He started at the first solicitor's he came to, which happened to be the office of one J.F. Trigg. He was lucky. The youth in the outer office informed him that Mr. Trigg had just returned from lunch, was disengaged, and would see him. Would he walk in? Mr. Trigg was a pleasant, fresh-faced man in his early 40s. He begged Mr. Parker to be seated and asked what he could do for him. For the 37th time, Parker started on the opening gambit which he had devised to suit his purpose. I am only temporarily in London, Mr. Trigg, and finding I needed legal advice, I was recommended to you by a man I met in a restaurant. He did give me his name, but it has escaped me, and anyway, it's of no great importance, is it? The point is this. My wife and I have come up to town to see her great-aunt, who is in a very bad way. In fact, she isn't expected to live. Well, now, the old lady has always been fond of my wife, don't you see, and it has always been an understood thing that Mrs. Parker was to come into her money when she died. It's quite a tidy bit, and we have been, I won't say looking forward to it, but in a kind of mild way counting on it as something for us to retire upon later on. You understand? There aren't any other relations at all, so, though the old lady has often talked about making a will, we didn't worry much, one way or the other, because we took it for granted my wife would come in for anything there was. But we were talking about it to a friend yesterday, and he took us rather aback by saying that there was a new law or something, and that if my wife's great-aunt hadn't made a will we shouldn't get anything at all. I think he said it would all go to the Crown. I didn't think that could be right and told him so, but my wife is a bit nervous, there are the children to be considered, you see, and she urged me to get legal advice, because her great-aunt may go off at any minute, and we don't know whether there is a will or not. Now, how does a great-niece stand under the new arrangements? The point has not been made very clear, said Mr. Trigg, but my advice to you is, to find out whether a will has been made and if not, to get one made without delay if the testatrix is capable of making one. Otherwise I think there is a very real danger of your wife's losing her inheritance. You seem quite familiar with the question, said Parker, with a smile. Suppose you are always being asked it since this new act came in. I wouldn't say always. It is comparatively rare for a great-niece to be left as sole next of kin. Is it? Well, yes, I should think it must be. Do you remember being asked that question in the summer of 1925, Mr. Trigg? A most curious expression came over the solicitor's face, it looked almost like alarm. What makes you ask that? You need have no hesitation in answering, said Parker, taking out his official card. I am a police officer and have a good reason for asking. I put the legal point to you first as a problem of my own, because I was anxious to have your professional opinion first. I see. Well, Inspector, in that case I suppose I am justified in telling you all about it. I was asked that question in June, 1925. Do you remember the circumstances? Clearly. I am not likely to forget them, or rather, the sequel to them. That sounds interesting. Will you tell the story in your own way and with all the details you can remember? Certainly. Just a moment. Mr. Trigg put his head out into the outer office. Badcock, I am engaged with Mr. Parker and can't see anybody. Now, Mr. Parker, I am at your service. Won't you smoke? Parker accepted the invitation and lit up his well-worn briar, while Mr. Trigg, rapidly smoking cigarette after cigarette, unfolded his remarkable story. Chapter 18. The London Lawyer's Story. I who am given to novel reading, how often have I gone out with the doctor when the stranger has summoned him to visit the unknown patient in the lonely house. This strange adventure may lead, in a later chapter, to the revealing of a mysterious crime. The Londoner. I think, said Mr. Trigg, that it was on the 15th, or the 16th of June, 1925, that a lady called to ask almost exactly the same question that you have done, only that she represented herself as inquiring on behalf of a friend whose name she did not mention. Yes, I think I can describe her pretty well. She was tall and handsome, with a very clear skin, dark hair and blue eyes, an attractive girl. I remember that she had very fine brows, rather straight, and not much colour in her face, and she was dressed in something summery but very neat. I should think it would be called an embroidered linen dress, I am not an expert on those things, and a shady white hat of Panama straw. Your recollection seems very clear, said Parker. It is, I have rather a good memory, besides, I saw her on other occasions, as you shall hear. At this first visit she told me, much as you did, that she was only temporarily in town, and had been casually recommended to me. I told her that I should not like to answer her question offhand. The act, you may remember, had only recently passed its final reading, and I was by no means up in it. Besides, from just skimming through it, I had convinced myself that various important questions were bound to crop up. L told the lady, Miss Grant was the name she gave, by the way, that I should like to take counsel's opinion before giving her any advice, and asked if she could call again the following day. She said she could, rose and thanked me, offering me her hand. In taking it, I happened to notice rather an odd scar, running across the backs of all the fingers, rather as though a chisel or something had slipped at some time. I noticed it quite idly, of course, but it was lucky for me I did. Miss Grant duly turned up the next day. I had looked up a very learned friend in the interval, and gave her the same opinion that I gave you just now. She looked rather concerned about it, in fact, almost more annoyed than concerned. It seems rather unfair, she said, that people's family money should go away to the Crown like that. After all, a great-niece is quite a near relation, really. L replied that, provided the great-niece could call witnesses to prove that the deceased had always had the intention of leaving her the money, the Crown would, in all probability, allot the estate, or a suitable proportion of it, in accordance with the wishes of the deceased. It would, however, lie entirely within the discretion of the court to do so or not, and, of course, if there had been any quarrel or dispute about the matter at any time, the judge might take an unfavourable view of the great-niece's application. In any case, I added, I don't know that the great-niece is excluded under the Act, I only understand that she may be. In any case, there are still 6 months before the Act comes into force, and many things may happen before then. You mean that Auntie may die, she said, But she's not really dangerously ill, only mental, as nurse calls it. Anyhow, she went away then after paying my fee, and I noticed that the friend's great-aunt had suddenly become auntie and decided that my client felt a certain personal interest in the matter. "L fancy she had," said Parker. "When did you see her again?" "Oddly enough, I ran across her in the following December. I was having a quick and early dinner in Soho, before going on to a show. The little place I usually patronize was very full, and I had to sit at a table where a woman was already seated. As I muttered the usual formula about was anybody sitting there, she looked up, and I promptly recognized my client. "Why, how do you do, Miss Grant?" I said. "I beg your pardon," she replied, rather stiffly. "I think you are mistaken." "L beg your pardon," said L, stiffer still, "my name is Trigg, and you came to consult me in Bedford Row last June. But if I am intending, I apologize and withdraw." She smiled then, and said, "I'm sorry, I did not recognize you for the moment." L obtained permission to sit at her table. By way of starting a conversation, I asked whether she had taken any further advice in the matter of the inheritance. She said no, she had been quite content with what I had told her. Still, to make conversation, I inquired whether the great-aunt had made a will after all. She replied, rather briefly, that it had not been necessary, the old lady had died. I noticed that she was dressed in black, and was confirmed in my opinion that she herself was the great-niece concerned. We talked for some time, Inspector, and I will not conceal from you that I found Miss Grant a very interesting personality. She had an almost masculine understanding. I may say I am not the sort of a man who prefers women to be brainless. No, I am rather modern in that respect. If ever I was to take a wife, Inspector, I should wish her to be an intelligent companion." Parker said Mr. Trigg's attitude did him great credit. He also made the mental observation that Mr. Trigg would probably not object to marrying a young woman who had inherited money and was unencumbered with relations. "It is rare," went on Mr. Trigg, "to find a woman with a legal mind. Miss Grant was unusual in that respect. She took a great interest in some case or other that was prominent in the newspapers at the time, I forget now what it was, and asked me some remarkably sensible and intelligent questions. I must say that I quite enjoyed our conversation. Before dinner was over, we had got on to more personal topics, in the course of which I happened to mention that I lived in Golders Green. "Did she give you her own address?" "She said she was staying at the Peveril Hotel in Bloomsbury, and that she was looking for a house in town." I said that I might possibly hear of something out Hampstead Way, and offered my professional services in case she should require them. After dinner I accompanied her back to her hotel, and bade her goodbye in the lounge. She was really staying there, then? Apparently. However, about a fortnight later, I happened to hear of a house in Golders Green that had fallen vacant suddenly. It belonged, as a matter of fact, to a client of mine. In pursuance of my promise, I wrote to Miss Grant at the Peveril. Receiving no reply, I made inquiries there, and found that she had left the hotel the day after our meeting, leaving no address. In the hotel register, she had merely given her address as Manchester. I was somewhat disappointed, but thought no more about the matter. About a month later, on the 26th of January, to be exact, I was sitting at home reading a book, preparatory to retiring to bed. I should say that I occupy a flat, or rather maisonette, in a small house which has been divided to make two establishments. The people on the ground floor were away at that time, so that I was quite alone in the house. My housekeeper only comes in by the day. The telephone rang. I noticed the time. It was 11:15. I answered it, and a woman's voice spoke, begging me to come instantly to a certain house on Hampstead Heath, to make a will for someone who was at the point of death. Did you recognize the voice? No. It sounded like a servant's voice. At any rate, it had a strong Cockney accent. I asked whether tomorrow would not be time enough, but the voice urged me to hurry or it might be too late. Rather annoyed, I put my things on and went out. It was a most unpleasant night, cold and foggy. I was lucky enough to find a taxi on the nearest rank. We drove to the address, which we had great difficulty in finding, as everything was pitch black. It turned out to be a small house in a very isolated position on the heath. In fact, there was no proper approach to it. I left the taxi on the road, about a couple of 100 yards off, and asked the man to wait for me, as I was very doubtful of ever finding another taxi in that spot at that time of night. He grumbled a good deal, but consented to wait if I promised not to be very long. I made my way to the house. At first I thought it was quite dark, but presently I saw a faint glimmer in a ground floor room. I rang the bell. No answer, though I could hear it trilling loudly. I rang again and knocked. Still no answer. It was bitterly cold. I stnlck a match to be sure I had come to the right house, and then I noticed that the front door was ajar. I thought that perhaps the servant who had called me was so much occupied with her sick mistress as to be unable to leave her to come to the door. Thinking that in that case I might be of assistance to her, I pushed the door open and went in. The hall was perfectly dark, and I bumped against an umbrella stand in entering. I thought I heard a faint voice calling or moaning, and when my eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, I stumbled forward, and saw a dim light coming from a door on the left. Was that the room which you had seen to be illumined from outside? I think so. I called out, "May I come in?" and a very low, weak voice replied, "Yes, please." I pushed the door open and entered a room furnished as a sitting room. In one corner there was a couch, on which some bedclothes appeared to have been hurriedly thrown to enable it to be used as a bed. On the couch lay a woman, all alone. I could only dimly make her out. There was no light in the room except a small oil lamp, with a green shade so tilted as to keep the light from the sick woman's eyes. There was a fire in the grate, but it had burnt low. I could see, however, that the woman's head and face were swathed in white bandages. I put out my hand and felt for the electric switch, but she called out, "No light, please, it hurts me." "How did she see you put your hand to the switch?" "Well," said Mr. Trigg, "that was an odd thing. She didn't speak, as a matter of fact, till I had actually clicked the switch down. But nothing happened. The light didn't come on." "Really?" "No, I supposed that the bulb had been taken away or had gone fut. However, I said nothing, and came up to the bed. She said in a sort of half-whisper, "Is that the lawyer?" I said, "Yes," and asked what I could do for her. She said, "I'll have had a terrible accident. I can't live. I want to make my will quickly." I asked whether there was nobody with her. Yes, she said in a hurried way, "My servant will be back in a moment. She has gone to look for a doctor." But I said, "Couldn't she have rung up? You are not fit to be left alone." "We couldn't get through to one," she replied. "It's all right. She will be here soon. Don't waste time. I must make my will." She spoke in a dreadful, gasping way, and I felt that the best thing would be to do what she wanted, for fear of agitating her. I drew a chair to the table where the lamp was, got out my fountain pen and a printed will form with which I had provided myself, and expressed myself ready to receive her instructions. Before beginning, she asked me to give her a little brandy and water from a decanter which stood on the table. I did so, and she took a small sip, which seemed to revive her. I placed the glass near her hand, and at her suggestion mixed another glass for myself. I was very glad of it, for, as I said, it was a beast of a night, and the room was cold. I looked round for some extra coals to put on the fire, but could see none. "That," said Parker, "extremely interesting and suggestive. I thought it queer at the time. But the whole thing was queer. Anyway," I then said I was ready to begin. She said, "You may think I am a little mad, because my head has been so hurt. But I am quite sane. But he shan't have a penny of the money." I asked her if someone had attacked her. She replied, "Husband. He thinks he has killed me. But I am going to live long enough to will the money away." She then said that her name was Mrs. Marion Mead, and proceeded to make a will, leaving her estate, which amounted to about $10,000, among various legatees, including a daughter and 3 or 4 sisters. It was rather a complicated will, as it included various devices for tying up the daughter's money in a TN1 street, so as to prevent her from ever handing over any of it to the father. "Did you make a note of the names and addresses of the people involved?" Elle did, but, as you will see later on, I could make no use of them. The testatrix was certainly clear-headed enough about the provisions of the will, though she seemed terribly weak, and her voice never rose above a whisper after that one time when she had called to me not to turn on the light. At length I finished my notes of the will, and started to draft it out onto the proper form. There were no signs of the servant's writing, and I began to be really anxious. Also the extreme cold, or something else, added to the fact that it was now long past my bedtime, was making me appallingly sleepy. I poured out another stiff little dose of the brandy to warm me up, and went on writing out the will. When I had finished I said, "How about signing this? We need another witness to make it legal." She said, "My servant must be here in a minute or 2. I can't think what has happened to her." "I'll expect she has missed her way in the fog," I said. "However, I will wait a little longer. I can't go and leave you like this." She thanked me feebly, and we sat for some time in silence. As time went on, I began to feel the situation to be increasingly uncanny. The sick woman breathed heavily, and moaned from time to time. The desire for sleep overpowered me more and more. I could not understand it. Presently it occurred to me, stupefied though I felt, that the most sensible thing would be to get the taxi man, if he was still there, to come in and witness the will with me, and then to go myself to find a doctor. I sat, sleepily revolving this in my mind, and trying to summon energy to speak. I felt as though a great weight of denial was pressing down upon me. Exertion of any kind seemed almost beyond my powers. Suddenly something happened which brought me back to myself. Mrs. Mead turned a little over upon the couch and peered at me intently, as it seemed, in the lamplight. To support herself, she put both her hands on the edge of the table. I noticed, with a vague sense of something unexpected, that the left hand bore no wedding ring. And then I noticed something else. Across the back of the fingers of the right hand went a curious scar, as though a chisel or some such thing had slipped and cut them. Parker sat upright in his chair. "Yes," said Mr. Trigg, "that interests you." It startled me. Or rather, startled isn't quite the word. In my oppressed state, it affected me like some kind of nightmare. I struggled upright in my chair, and the woman sank back upon her pillows. At that moment there came a violent ring at the bell. The servant? No, thank heaven it was my taxi driver, who had become tired of waiting. I don't quite know what I thought, but I was alarmed. I gave some kind of shout or groan, and the man came straight in. Happily, I had left the door open as I had found it. I pulled myself together sufficiently to ask him to witness the will. I must have looked queer and spoken in a strange way, for I remember how he looked from me to the brandy bottle. However, he signed the paper after Mrs. Mead, who wrote her name in a weak, straggling hand as she lay on her back. "What next, Governor?" asked the man, when this was done. I was feeling dreadfully ill by now. I could only say, "Take me home." He looked at Mrs. Mead and then at me, and said, "Ain't there nobody to see to the lady, sir?" Elle said, "Fetch a doctor. But take me home first." I stumbled out of the house on his arm. I heard him muttering something about its being a 111M start. I don't remember the drive home. When I came back to life, I was in my own bed, and one of the local doctors was standing over me. I'm afraid this story is getting very long and tedious. To cut matters short, it seems the taxi driver, who was a very decent, intelligent fellow, had found me completely insensible at the end of the drive. He didn't know who I was, but he hunted in my pocket and found my visiting card and my latch key. He took me home, got me upstairs and, deciding that if I was drunk, I was a worse DNTNK that he had ever encountered in his experience, humanely went round and fetched a doctor. The doctor's opinion was that I had been heavily drugged with veronal or something of that kind. Fortunately, if the idea was to murder me, the dose had been very much underestimated. We went into the matter thoroughly, and the upshot was that I must have taken about 30 grains of the stuff. It appears that it is a difficult drug to trace by analysis, but that was the conclusion the doctor came to, looking at the matter all round. Undoubtedly the brandy had been doped. Of course, we went round to look at the house next day. It was all shut up, and the local milkman informed us that the occupiers had been away for a week and were not expected home for another 10 days. We got into communication with them, but they appeared to be perfectly genuine, ordinary people, and they declared they knew nothing whatever about it. They were accustomed to go away every so often, just shutting the house and not bothering about a caretaker or anything. The man came along at once, naturally, to investigate matters, but couldn't find that anything had been stolen or disturbed, except that a pair of sheets and some pillows showed signs of use, and a scuttle of coal had been used in the sitting room. The coal cellar, which also contained the electric meter, had been left locked and the meter turned off before the family left. They apparently had a few grains of sense, which accounts for the chill darkness of the house when I entered it. The visitor had apparently slipped back the catch of the pantry window, one of the usual gimcrack affairs, with a knife or something, and had brought her own lamp, siphon and brandy. Daring, but not really difficult. No Mrs. Mead or Miss Grant was to be heard of anywhere, as I needn't tell you. The tenants of the house were not keen to start expensive inquiries. After all, they'd lost nothing but a shilling's worth of coals, and on consideration, and seeing that I hadn't actually been murdered or anything, I thought it best to let the matter slide. It was a most unpleasant adventure. I'm sure it was. Did you ever hear from Miss Grant again? Why, yes. She rang me up twice, once, after 3 months, and again only a fortnight ago, asking for an appointment. You may think me cowardly, Mr. Parker, but each time I put her off. I didn't quite know what might happen. As a matter of fact, the opinion I formed in my own mind was that I had been entrapped into that house with the idea of making me spend the night there and afterwards blackmailing me. That was the only explanation I could think of which would account for the sleeping draught. I thought discretion was the better part of valor, and gave my clerks and me housekeeper instructions that if Miss Grant should call at any time I was out and not expected back. Do you suppose she knew you had recognized the scar on her hand? I'm sure she didn't. Otherwise she would hardly have made advances to me in her own name again. No, I think you are right. Well, Mr. Trigg, I am much obliged to you for this information, which may turn out to be very valuable. And if Miss Grant should ring you up again, where did she call from, by the way? From call boxes, each time. I know that, because the operator always tells one when the call is from a public box. I didn't have the calls traced. No, of course not. Well, if she does it again, will you please make an appointment with her, and then let me know about it at once. A call to Scotland Yard will always find me. Mr. Trigg promised that he would do this, and Parker took his leave. And now we know, thought Parker as he returned home, that somebody, an odd unscrupulous somebody, was making inquiries about great-nieces in 1925. A word to Miss Climpson, I fancy, is indicated, just to find out whether Mary Whittaker has a scar on her right hand, or whether I've got to hunt up any more solicitors. The hot streets seemed less oppressively oven-like than before. In fact, Parker was so cheered by his interview that he actually bestowed a cigarette card upon the next urchin who accosted him. Part 3. The medico-legal problem. There is not a crime but takes its proper change out still in crime it once rung on the counter of this world. E. B. Browning, Aurora Leigh Chapter 19. Gone away. There is nothing good or evil save in the will. Epictetus. You will not, I imagine, deny, observed Lord Peter, that very odd things seem to happen to the people who are in a position to give information about the last days of Agatha Dawson. Bertha Gotobe dies suddenly, under suspicious circumstances. Her sister thinks she sees Miss Whittaker lying in wait for her at Liverpool docks. Mr. Trigg is inveigled into a house of mystery and is semi-poisoned. I wonder what would have happened to Mr. Probyn, if he had been careless enough to remain in England. I deny nothing, replied Parker. I will only point out to you that during the month in which these disasters occurred to the Gotobe family, the object of your suspicions was in Kent with Miss Vera Findlater, who never left her side. As against that undoubted snag, rejoined Wimsey, I bring forward a letter from Miss Climpson, in which, amid a lot of rigmarole with which I will not trouble you, she informs me that upon Miss M. Whittaker's right hand there is a scar, precisely similar to the one which Mr. Trigg describes. Is there? That does seem to connect Miss Whittaker pretty definitely with the Trigg business. But is it your theory that she is trying to polish off all the people who know anything about Miss Dawson? Rather a big job, don't you think, for a single-handed female? And if so, why is Dr. Carr spared? And Nurse Phillida? And Nurse Forbes? And the other Dr. Chappie? And the rest of the population of Leonton, if it comes to that? That's an interesting point which had already to me. I think I know why. Up to the present, the Dawson case has presented two different problems, one legal and one medical, the motive and the means, if you like that better. As far as opportunity goes, only two people figure as possibles, Miss Whittaker and Nurse Forbes. The Forbes woman had nothing to gain by killing a good patient, so for the moment we can wash her out. Well now, as to the medical problem, the means. I must say that up to now that appears completely insoluble. I am baffled, Watson, said he, his hawk-like eyes gleaming angrily from under the half-closed lids. Even I am baffled. But not for long. He cried, with a magnificent burst of self-confidence. My honor, capital H, is concerned to track this human fiend, capitals, to its hidden source, and nail the white sepulchre to the mast even though it's CN1 me in the attempt. Loud applause. His chin sank broodingly upon his dressing gown, and he breathed a few guttural notes into the bass saxophone which was the cherished companion of his solitary hours in the bathroom. Parker ostentatiously took up the book which he had laid aside on Wimsey's entrance. Tell me when you've finished, he said, caustically. I've hardly begun. The means, I repeat, seems insoluble, and so the criminal evidently thinks. There has been no exaggerated mortality among the doctors and nurses. On that side of the business the lady feels herself safe. No. The motive is the weak point, hence the hurry to stop the mouths of the people who knew about the legal pan of the problem. Yes, I see. Mrs. Cropper has started back to Canada, by the way. She doesn't seem to have been molested at all. No, and that's why I still think there was somebody on the watch in Liverpool. Mrs. Cropper was only worth silencing so long as she had told nobody her story. That is why I was careful to meet her and accompany her ostentatiously to town. Oh, rot, Peter. Even if Miss Whittaker had been there, which we know she couldn't have been, how was she to know that you were going to ask about the Dawson business? She doesn't know you from Adam. She might have found out who Myrbles was. The advertisement which started the whole business was in his name, you know. In that case, why hasn't she attacked Myrbles or you? Myrbles is a wise old bird. In vain are nets spread in his sight. He is seeing no female clients, answering no invitations, and never goes out without an escort. I didn't know he took it so seriously. Oh, yes. Myrbles is old enough to have learnt the value of his own skin. As for me, have you noticed the remarkable similarity in some ways between Mr. Trigg's adventure and my own little adventurelet, as you might say, in South Audley Street? What, with Mrs. Forrest? Yes. The secret appointment. The drink. The endeavour to get one to stay the night at all costs. I'm positive there was something in that sugar, Charles, that no sugar should contain. See Public Health, Adulteration of Food, Acts, various. You think Mrs. Forrest is an accomplice? I do. I don't know what she has to gain by it, probably money. But I feel sure there is some connection. Partly because of Bertha Gotobed's €5 note, partly because Mrs. Forrest's story was a palpable fake. I'm certain the woman's never had a lover, let alone a husband you can't mistake real inexperience, and chiefly because of the similarity of method. Criminals always tend to repeat their effects. Look at George Joseph Smith and his brides. Look at Neil Cream. Look at Armstrong and his tea parties. Well, if there's an accomplice, all the better. Accomplices generally end up by giving the show away. True. And we are in a good position because up till now I don't think they know that we suspect any connection between them. But I still think, you know, we ought to get some evidence that actual crimes have been committed. Call me finicking, if you like. If you could suggest a means of doing away with these people so as to leave no trace, I should feel happier about it. The means, eh? Well, we do know something about it. As what? Well, take the 2 victims, alleged. All right, old particular. The 2 alleged victims and the 2, alleged, intended victims. Miss Dawson was ill and helpless, Bertha Gotobed possibly stupefied by a heavy meal and an unaccustomed quantity of wine. Trigg was given a sufficient dose of veronal to send him to sleep, and I was offered something of probably the same kind. I wish I could have kept the remains of that coffee. So we deduce from that, what? I suppose that it was a means of death which could only be used on somebody more or less helpless or unconscious. Exactly. As for instance, a hypodermic injection, only nothing appears to have been injected. Or a delicate operation of some kind, if we could only think of one to fit the case. Or the inhalation of something, such as chloroform, only we could find no traces of suffocation. Yes. That doesn't get us very far, though. It's something. Then again, it may very well be something that a trained nurse would have learnt or heard about. Miss Whittaker was trained, you know, which, by the way, was what made it so easy for her to bandage up her own head and provide a pitiful and unrecognizable spectacle for the stupid Mr. It'd have to be anything very out of the way, nothing, I mean, that only a trained surgeon could do, or that required very specialized knowledge. Oh, no. Probably something picked up in conversation with a doctor or the other nurses. I say, how about getting hold of Dr. Can again? Or, no, if he'd got any ideas on the subject he'd have trotted 'em out before now. I know. I'll ask Lubbock, the analyst. He'll do. I'll get in touch with him tomorrow. And meanwhile, said Parker, suppose we just sit round and wait for somebody else to be murdered. It's beastly, isn't it? I still feel poor Bertha Gotobed's blood on my head, so to speak. I say. Yes. We've practically got clear proof on the Trigg business. Couldn't you put the lady in quod on a charge of burglary while we think out the rest of the dope? It's often done. It was a burglary, you know. She broke into a house after dark and appropriated a scuttleful of coal to her own use. Trigg could identify her. He seems to have paid the lady particular attention on more than one occasion, and we could rake up his taximan for corroborative detail. Parker pulled at his pipe for a few minutes. "There's something in that," he said finally. "I'll think perhaps it's worthwhile putting it before the authorities. But we mustn't be in too much of a hurry, you know. I wish we were further ahead with our other PRCX, FS. There's such a thing as habeas corpus. You can't hold on to people indefinitely just on a charge of stealing coal. There's the breaking and entering, don't forget that. It's burglary, after all. You can get penal servitude for life for burglary. But it all depends on the view the law takes of the coal. It might decide that there was no original intention of stealing coal, and treat the thing as a mere misdemeanor or civil trespass. Anyhow, we don't really want a conviction for stealing coal. But I'll see what they think about it at our place, and meanwhile I'll get hold of Trigg again and try and find the taxi driver. And Trigg's doctor. We might get it as an attempt to murder Trigg, or at least to inflict grievous bodily harm. But I should like some more evidence about Cuckoo. So should L. But I can't manufacture evidence out of nothing. Dash it all, be reasonable. I've built you up a case out of nothing. Isn't that handsome enough? Base ingratitude, that's what's the matter with you. Parker's inquiries took some time, and June lingered into its longest days. Chamberlain and Levine flew the Atlantic, and Segrave bade farewell to Brooklands. The Daily Yell wrote anti-red leaders and discovered a plot. Somebody laid claim to a Marquisate, and a Czechoslovakian pretended to swim the channel. Hammond outgraced Grace. There was an outburst of murder at Moscow. Fox Law won the Gold Cup, and the Earth opened at Oxhay and swallowed up somebody's front garden. Oxford decided that women were dangerous, and the electric hair consented to run at the White City. England's supremacy was challenged at Wimbledon, and the House of Lords made the gesture of stooping to conquer. Meanwhile, Lord Peter's projected magnum opus on 101 Ways of Causing Sudden Death had advanced by the accumulation of a mass of notes which flowed all over the library at the flat, and threatened to engulf Bunter, whose task it was to file and cross-reference and generally to produce order from chaos. Oriental scholars and explorers were buttonholed in clubs and strenuously pumped on the subject of abstruse native poisons. Horrid experiments performed in Genan laboratories were communicated in unreadable documents, and the life of Sir James Lubbock, who had the misfortune to be a panicular friend of Lord Peter's, was made a burden to him with daily inquiries as to the post-mortem detection of such varying substances as chloroform, curate, hydrocyanic acid gas and diethylsulfonmethylethyl methane. But surely there must be something which kills without leaving a trace, pleaded Lord Peter, when at length informed that the persecution must cease. A thing in such universal demand, surely it is not beyond the wit of scientists to invent it. It must exist. Why isn't it properly advenised? There ought to be a company to exploit it. It's simply ridiculous. Why, it's a thing one might be wanting oneself any day. You don't understand, said Sir James Lubbock. Plenty of poisons leave no particular post-mortem appearances. And plenty of them, especially the vegetable ones, are difficult to find by analysis, unless you know what you are looking for. For instance, if you're testing for arsenic, the test won't tell you whether strychnine is present or not. And if you're testing for strychnine, you won't find morphia. You've got to try one test after another till you hit the right one. And of course there are certain poisons for which no recognized tests exist. I'll know all that, said Wimsey. I've tested things myself. But these poisons with no recognized test, how do you set about proving that they are there? Well, of course, you'd take the symptoms into account, and so on. You would look at the history of the case. Yes, but I want a poison that doesn't produce any symptoms. Except death, of course, if you call that a symptom. Isn't there a poison with no symptoms and no test? Something that just makes you go off, powerful like that? Certainly not, said the analyst, rather annoyed, for your medical analyst lives by symptoms and tests, and nobody likes suggestions that undermine the very foundations of his even old age or mental decay. There are always symptoms. Fortunately, before symptoms of mental decay could become too pronounced in Lord Peter, Parker sounded the call to action. I'm going down to Leonton with a warrant, he said. Elle may not use it, but the chief thinks it might be worthwhile to make an inquiry. What with the Battersea mystery and the Daniels business, and Bertha Gotobed, there seems to be a feeling that there have been too many unexplained tragedies this year, and the press have begun yelping again, blast them. There's an article in John's Citizen this week, with a poster, 96 murderers at large, and the Evening Views is starting its reports with 6 weeks have now passed, and the police are no nearer the solution, you know the kind of thing. We'll simply have to get some sort of move on. Do you want to come? Certainly, a breath of country air would do me good, I fancy. Blow away the cobwebs, don't you know? It might even inspire me to invent a good way of murdering people. Oh, inspiration, solitary child, warbling thy native wood notes wild, did some Ibks write that, or did I invent it? It sounds rimum-sent, somehow. Parker, who was out of temper, replied rather shortly, and intimated that the police car would be stalling for Leonton in an hour's time. Elle will be there, said Wimsey, though, mind you, I hate being driven by another fellow. It feels so unsafe. Never mind. I will be bloody, bold and resolute, as Queen Victoria said to the Archbishop of Canterbury. They reached Leonton without any incident to justify Lord Peter's fears. Parker had brought another officer with him, and on the way they picked up the chief constable of the county, who appeared very dubiously disposed towards their errand. Lord Peter, observing their array of 5 strong men, going out to seize upon one young woman, was reminded of the Marquise de all that water for a little person like this led him back to the subject of poison, and he remained steeped in thought and gloom till the car drew up before the house in Wellington Avenue. Parker got out, and went up the path with the chief constable. The door was opened to them by a frightened-looking maid, who gave a little shriek at sight of them. Oh, sir. Have you come to say something's happened to Miss Whittaker? Isn't Miss Whittaker at home, then? No, sir. She went out in the car with Miss Vera Findlater on Monday, that's 4 days back, sir, and she hasn't come home, nor Miss Findlater neither, and I'm frightened something's happened to them. When I see you, sir, I thought you was the police come to say there had been an accident. I didn't know what to do, sir. Skipped, by God, was Parker's instant thought, but he controlled his annoyance, and asked, do you know where they were going? Crow's Beach, Miss Whittaker said, sir. That's a good 50 miles, said the chief constable. Probably they've just decided to stay there a day or two. More likely gone in the opposite direction, thought Parker. They didn't take no things for the night, sir. They went off about 10 in the morning. They said they was going to have lunch there and come home in the evening. And Miss Whittaker hasn't written nor nothing. And her always so particular. Cook and me, we didn't know what. Oh, well, I expect it's all right, said the chief constable. It's a pity, as we particularly wanted to see Miss Whittaker. When you hear from her, you might say Sir Charles Pillington called with a friend. Yes, sir. But please, sir, what ought we to do, sir? Nothing. Don't worry. I'll have inquiries made. I'm the chief constable, you know, and I can soon find out whether there's been an accident or anything. But if there had been, depend upon it we should have heard about it. Come, my girl, pull yourself together, there's nothing to about. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything. But Sir Charles looked disturbed. Coming on top of Parker's arrival in the district, the thing had an unpleasant look about it. Lord Peter received the news cheerfully. "Good," said he, "joggle 'em up. Keep 'em moving. That's the spirit. Always like it when something happens. My worst suspicions are going to be justified. That always makes one feel so important and virtuous, don't you think? Wonder why she took the girl with her, though. By the way, we'd better look up the Findlaters. They may have heard something." This obvious suggestion was acted upon at once. But at the Findlaters' house they drew blank. The family were at the seaside, with the exception of Miss Vera, who was staying in Wellington Avenue with Miss Whittaker. No anxiety was expressed by the parlour-maid and none, apparently, felt. The investigators took care not to arouse any alarm, and, leaving a trivial and polite message from Sir Charles, withdrew for a consultation. "There's nothing for it, so far as I can see," said Parker, "but an all-stations call to look out for the car and the ladies. And we must put inquiries through to all the ports, of course. With 4 days' start, they may be anywhere by now. I wish to heaven I'd risked a bit and started earlier, approval or no approval. What's this Findlater girl like? I'd better go back to the house and get photographs of her and the Whittaker woman. And, Wimsey, I wish you'd look in on Miss Climpson and see if she has any information. And you might tell Em at the yard to keep an eye on Mrs. Forrest's place," said Wimsey. "When anything sensational happens to a criminal, it's a good tip to watch the accomplice." "I'll feel sure you are both quite mistaken about this," urged Sir Charles Pillington. "Me? I have had considerable experience in the course of a long life, longer than either of yours, and I really feel convinced that Miss Whittaker, whom I know quite well, is as good and nice a girl as you could wish to find. But there has undoubtedly been an accident of some kind, and it is our duty to make the fullest investigation. I will get on to Crow's Beach Police immediately, as soon as I know the description of the car. It's an Austin 7 and the number is 9917, said Wimsey, much to the Chief Constable's surprise. But I doubt very much whether you'll find it at Crow's Beach, or anywhere near it. Well, we'd better get a move on, snapped Parker. We'd better separate. How about a spot of lunch in an hour's time at the George? Wimsey was unlucky. Miss Climpson was not to be found. She had had her lunch early and gone out, saying she felt that a long country walk would do her good. Mrs. Budge was rather afraid she had had some bad news, she had seemed so upset and worried since yesterday evening. But indeed, sir, she added, if you was quick, you might find her up at the church. She often drops in there to say her prayers like. Not a respectful way to approach a place of worship to my mind, do you think so yourself, sir? Popping in and out on a weekday, the same as if it was a friend's house. And coming home from communion as cheerful as anything and ready to laugh and make jokes. I don't see as how we was meant to make an ordinary thing of religion that way, so disrespectful and nothing uplifting to the art about it. But there. We all has our failings, and Miss Climpson is a nice lady, and that I must say, even if she is a Roman Catholic or next door to one. Lord Peter thought that Roman Catholic was rather an appropriate name for the more ultramontane section of the High Church party. At the moment, however, he felt he could not afford time for religious discussion, and set off for the church in quest of Miss Climpson. The doors of S1 were hospitably open, and the red sanctuary lamp made a little spot of welcoming brightness in the rather dark building. Coming in from the June sunshine, Wimsey blinked a little before he could distinguish anything else. Presently he was able to make out a dark, bowed figure kneeling before the lamp. For a moment he hoped it was Miss Climpson, but presently saw to his disappointment that it was merely a sister in a black habit, presumably taking her turn to watch before the host. The only other occupant of the church was a priest in a cassock, who was busy with the ornaments on the high altar. It was the feast of S. John, Wimsey remembered suddenly. He walked up the aisle, hoping to find his quarry hidden in some obscure corner. His shoes squeaked. This annoyed him. It was a thing which Bunter never permitted. He was seized with a fancy that the squeak was produced by diabolic possession, a protest against a religious atmosphere on the part of his own particular besetting devil. Pleased with this thought, he moved forward more confidently. The priest's attention was attracted by the squeak. He tummed and came down towards the intruder. No doubt, thought Wimsey, to offer his professional services to exorcise the evil spirit. "Were you looking for anybody?" inquired the priest, courteously. "Well, I was looking for a lady," began Wimsey. Then it struck him that this sounded a little odd under the circumstances, and he hastened to explain more fully, in the stifled tones considered appropriate to consecrated surroundings. "Oh, yes," said the priest, quite unperturbed, "Miss Climpson was here a little time ago, but I fancy she has gone. Not that I usually keep tabs on my flock," he added, with a laugh, "but she spoke to me before she went." "Was it urgent?" "What a pity you should have missed her. Can I give any kind of message or help you in any way?" "No, thanks," said Wimsey. "Sorry to bother you. Unseemly to come and try to haul people out of church, but, yes, it was rather important. I'll leave a message at the house." "Thanks frightfully." He turned away, then stopped and came back. "Else," he said, "you give advice on moral problems and all that sort of thing, don't you?" "Well, we're supposed to try," said the priest. "Is anything bothering you in particular?" "Yes," said Wimsey, "nothing religious, I don't mean, nothing about infallibility or the Virgin Mary or anything of that sort. Just something I'm not comfortable about." The priest, who was, in fact, the vicar, Mr. Tregold, indicated that he was quite at Lord Peter's service. "It's very good of you. Could we come somewhere where I didn't have to whisper so much? I never can explain things in a whisper. Sort of paralyzes one, don't you know." "Let's go outside," said Mr. Tregold. So they went out and sat on a flat tombstone. "It's like this," said Wimsey. "Hypothetical case, you see, and so on. Supposin' one knows somebody who's very, very ill and can't last long anyhow. And they are in awful pain and all that, and kept under morphia, practically dead to the world, you know. And suppose that by dying straight away they could make something happen which they really wanted to happen and which couldn't happen if they lived on a little longer. L can't explain exactly how, because I don't want to give personal details and so on, you get the idea? Well, supposin' somebody who knew all that was just to give 'em a little push off, so to speak, honey matters on, why should that be a very dreadful crime?" "The law," began Mr. Tregold. "Oh, the law says it's a crime, fast enough," said Wimsey. "But do you honestly think it's very bad? I know you'd call it a sin, of course, but why is it so very dreadful? It doesn't do the person any harm, does it?" "We can't answer that," said Mr. Tregold, "without knowing the ways of God with the soul. In those last weeks or hours of pain and unconsciousness, the soul may be undergoing some necessary part of its pilgrimage on earth. It isn't our business to cut it short. Who are we to take life and death into our hands? Well, we do it all day, one way and another. All that. And yet I do feel, somehow, that it isn't a right thing in this case. And yet, by interfering, finding things out and so on, one may do far worse harm. Start all kinds of things. I think," said Mr. Tregold, "that the sin, I won't use that word, the damage to society, the wrongness of the thing lies much more in the harm it does the killer than in anything it can do to the person who is killed. Especially, of course, if the killing is to the killer's own advantage. The consequence you mention, this thing which the sick person wants done, does the other person stand to benefit by it, may I ask?" "Yes. That's just it. He, she, they do. That puts it at once on a different plane from just hastening a person's death out of pity. Sin is in the intention, not the deed. That is the difference between divine law and human law. It is bad for a human being to get to feel that he has any right whatever to dispose of another person's life to his own advantage. It leads him to think himself above all laws. Society is never safe from the man who has deliberately committed murder with impunity. That is why, or one reason why, God forbids private vengeance. You mean that one murder leads to another? Very often. In any case, it leads to a readiness to commit others. It has. That's the trouble. But it wouldn't have if I hadn't started trying to find things out. Ought I to have left it alone? I see. That is very difficult. Terrible, too, for you. You feel responsible. Yes. You yourself are not serving a private vengeance. Oh, no. Nothing really to do with me. Started in like a fool to help somebody who'd got into trouble about the thing through having suspicions himself. And my beastly interference started the crimes all over again. L shouldn't be too troubled. Probably the murderer's own guilty fears would have led him into fresh crimes even without your interference. That's true, said Wimsey, remembering Mr. Trigg. My advice to you is to do what you think is right, according to the laws which we have been brought up to respect. Leave the consequences to God. And try to think charitably, even of wicked people. You know what I mean. Bring the offender to justice, but remember that if we all got justice, you and I wouldn't escape either. No. Knock the man down but don't dance on the body. Quite. Forgive my troublin' you, and excuse my bargin' off, because I've got a date with a friend. Thanks so much. I don't feel quite so rotten about it now. But I was gettin' worried. Mr. Tregold watched him as he trotted away between the graves. Dear, he said, how nice they are. So kindly and scrupulous and so vague outside their public school code. And much more nervous and sensitive than people think. A very difficult class to reach. I must make a special intention for him at Mass tomorrow. Being a practical man, Mr. Tregold made a knot in his handkerchief to remind himself of this pious resolve. The problem, to interfere or not to interfere, God's law and Caesar's. Policemen, now, it's no problem to them. But for the ordinary man, how hard to disentangle his own motives. I wonder what brought him here. Could it possibly be? No, said the vicar, checking himself, I have no right to speculate. He drew out his handkerchief again and made another mnemonic knot as a reminder against his next confession that he had fallen into the sin of inquisitiveness. Chapter 20. Murder. Sirkid, what does this mean? Is Brand, a pretty piece of kidnapping, that's all. Death's jest book. Parker, too, had spent a disappointing half-hour. It appeared that Miss Whittaker not only disliked having her photograph taken, but had actually destroyed all the existing portraits she could lay hands on, sh01tly after Miss Dawson's death. Of course, many of Miss Whittaker's friends might be in possession of one, notably, of course, Miss Findlater. But Parker was not sure that he wanted to start a local hue and cry at the moment. Miss Climpson might be able to get one, of course. He went round to Nelson Avenue. Miss Climpson was out, there had been another gentleman asking for her. Mrs. Budge's eyes were beginning to bulge with curiosity, evidently she was becoming dubious about Miss Climpson's nephew and his friends. Parker then went to the local photographers. There were 5. From 2 of them he extracted a number of local groups, containing unrecognizable portraits of Miss Whittaker at church bazaars and private theatricals. She had never had a studio portrait made in Leonton. Of Miss Findlater, on the other hand, he got several excellent likenesses, a slight, fair girl, with a rather sentimental look, plump and prettyish. All these he dispatched to town, with directions that they should be broadcast to the police, together with a description of the girl's dress when last seen. The only really cheerful members of the party at the George were the second policeman, who had been having a pleasant gossip with various garage proprietors and publicans, with a view to picking up information, and the chief constable, who was vindicated and triumphant. He had been telephoning to various country police stations, and had discovered that XX 9917 had actually been observed on the previous Monday by an AA scout on the road to Crow's Beach. Having maintained all along that the Crow's Beach excursion was a genuine one, he was inclined to exult over the Scotland Yard man. Wimsey and Parker dispiritedly agreed that they had better go down and make inquiries at Crow's Beach. Meanwhile, one of the photographers, whose cousin was on the staff of the Leonton Mercury, had put a call through to the office of that up-to-date paper, which was just going to press. A stop press announcement was followed by a special edition. Somebody rang up the London Evening Views, which burst out into a front-page scoop. The fat was in the fire, and the Daily Yell, Daily Views, Daily Wire and Daily Tidings, who were all suffering from lack of excitement, came brightly out next, momming with bold headlines about disappearing young women. Crow's Beach, indeed, that pleasant and respectable watering place, knew nothing of Miss Whittaker, Miss Findlater, or car 9917. No hotel had received them, no garage had refueled or repaired them, no policeman had observed them. The chief constable held to his theory of an accident, and scouting parties were sent out. Wires arrived at Scotland Yard from all over the place. They had been seen at Dover, at Newcastle, at Sheffield, at Winchester, at Rugby. 2 young women had had tea in a suspicious manner at Folkestone, a car had passed noisily through Dorchester at a late hour on Monday night, a dark-haired girl in an agitated condition had entered a public house in New Alresford just before closing time and asked the way to Hazelmere. Among all these reports, Parker selected that of a Boy Scout, who reposted on the Saturday morning that he had noticed 2 ladies with a car having a picnic on the Downs on the previous Monday, not far from Shelley Head. The car was an Austin 7, he knew that, because he was keen on motors, an unanswerable reason for accuracy in a boy of his age, and he had noticed that it was a London number, though he couldn't say positively what the number was. Shelley Head lies about 10 miles along the coast from Crow's Beach, and is curiously lonely, considering how near it lies to the watering place. Under the cliffs is a long stretch of clear sandy beach, never visited, and overlooked by no houses. The cliffs themselves are chalk, and covered with short turf, running back into a wide expanse of downs, covered with gorse and heather. Then comes a belt of pine trees, beyond which is a steep, narrow and rutty road, leading at length into the tarmac high road between Rambora and Riders Heath. The downs are by no means frequented, though there are plenty of rough tracks which a car can follow, if you are not particular about comfort or fussy over your springs. Under the leadership of the Boy Scout, the police car bumped uncomfortably over these disagreeable roads. It was hopeless to look for any previous car tracks, for the chalk was dry and hard, and the grass and heath retained no marks. Everywhere, little dells and hollows presented themselves, all exactly alike, and many of them capable of hiding a small car, not to speak of the mere signs and remains of a recent picnic. Having arrived at what their guide thought to be approximately the right place, they pulled up and got out. Parker quilted the ground between the 5 of them and they set off. Wimsey took a dislike to gorse bushes that day. There were so many of them and so thick. Any of them might hold a cigarette package or a sandwich paper or a scrap of cloth or a clue of some kind. He tnldged along unhappily, back bent and eyes on the ground, over one ridge and down into the hollow, then circling to right and to left, taking his bearings by the police car, over the next ridge and down into the next hollow, over the next ridge. Yes. There was something in the hollow. He saw it first sticking out round the edge of a gorse bush. It was light in colour, and pointed, rather like a foot. He felt a little sick. Somebody has gone to sleep here, he said aloud. Then he thought, funny, it's always the feet they leave showing. He scrambled down among the bushes, slipping on the short turf and nearly rolling to the bottom. He swore irritably. The person was sleeping oddly. The flies must be a nuisance all over her head like that. It occurred to him that it was rather early in the year for flies. There had been an advertising rhyme in the papers. Something about each fly you swat now means, remember, 300 fewer next September. Or was it 1,000 fewer? He couldn't get the meter quite right. Then he pulled himself together and went forward. The flies rose up in a little cloud. It must have been a pretty heavy blow, he thought, to smash the back of the skull in like that. The shingled hair was blonde. The face lay between the bare arms. He turned the body on its back. Of course, without the photograph, he need not, be certain that this was Vera find later. All this had taken him perhaps 30 seconds. He scrambled up to the rim of the hollow and shouted. A small black figure at some distance stopped and turned. He saw its face as a white spot with no expression on it. He shouted again, and waved his arms in wide gestures of explanation. The figure came running. It lurched slowly and awkwardly over the heathy ground. It was the policeman, a heavy man, not built for running in the heat. Wimsey shouted again, and the policeman shouted too. Wimsey saw the others closing in upon him. The grotesque figure of the Boy Scout topped a ridge, waving its staff, then disappeared again. The policeman was quite near now. His bowler hat waist thrust back on his head, and there was something on his watch chain that glinted in the sun as he ran. Wimsey found himself running to meet him and calling, explaining at great length. It was too far off to make himself heard, but he explained, wordily, with emphasis, pointing, indicating. He was quite breathless when the policeman and he came together. They were both breathless. They wagged their heads and gasped. It was ludicrous. He started running again, with the man at his heels. Presently they were all there, pointing, measuring, taking notes, gaping under the gorse bushes. Wimsey sat down. He was dreadfully tired. Peter, said Parker's voice, come and look at this. He got up wearily. There were the remains of a picnic lunch a little farther down the hollow. The policeman had a little bag in his hand. He had taken it from under the body, and was now turning over the trifles it contained. On the ground, close to the dead girl's head, was a thick, heavy spanner, unpleasantly discoloured and with a few fair hairs sticking to its jaws. But what Parker was calling his attention to was none of these, but a man's mauve-grey cap. Where did you find that? Asked Wimsey. Alf here picked it up at the top of the hollow, said Parker. Tumbled off into the gorse it was, corroborated the scout, just up here, lying upside down just as if it had fallen off somebody's head. Any footmarks? Not likely. But there's a place where the bushes are all trodden and broken. Looks as if there'd been some sort of struggle. What's become of the Austin? Hi. Don't touch that spanner, my lad. There may be fingerprints on it. This looks like an attack by some gang or other. Any money in that purse? 10-shilling note, 6pence and a few coppers. Oh. Well, the other woman may have had more on her. She's very well off, you know. Held up for ransom, I shouldn't wonder. Parker bent down and very gingerly enfolded the spanner in a silk handkerchief, carrying it slung by the four corners. Well, we'd better spread about and have a look for the car. Better try that belt of trees over there. Looks a likely spot. And, Hopkins, I think you'd better NM back with our car to Crow's Beach and let M know at the station, and come back with a photographer. And take this wire and send it to the Chief Commissioner at Scotland Yard, and find a doctor and bring him along with you. And you'd better hire another car while you're about it, in case we don't find the Austin. We shall be too many to get away in this one. Take Alf back with you if you're not sure of finding the place again. Oh. And Hopkins, fetch us along something to eat and drink, will you? We may be at it a long time. Here is some money, that enough?" "Yes, thank you, sir." The constable went off, taking Alf, who was torn between a desire to stay and do some more detecting, and the pride and glory of being first back with the news. Parker gave a few words of praise for his valuable assistance which filled him with delight, and then turned to the chief constable. "They obviously went off in this direction. Would you bear away to the left, sir, and enter the trees from that end, and Peter, will you bear to the right and work through from the other end, while I go straight up the middle?" The chief constable, who seemed a good deal shaken by the discovery of the body, obeyed without a word. Wimsey caught Parker by the arm. "Elsie," he said, "have you looked at the wound? Something funny, isn't there? There ought to be more mess, somehow. What do you think?" "I'm not thinking anything for the moment," said Parker, a little grimly. "We'll wait for the doctor's report. Come on, Steve. We want to dig out that car. Let's have a look at the cap. HM. Sold by a gentleman, resident in Stepney. Almost new. Smells strongly of California poppy, rather a swell sort of gangsman, apparently. Quite one of the lads of the village. Yes, we ought to be able to trace that. Thank heaven, they always overlook something. Well, we'd better get along." The search for the car presented no difficulties. Parker stumbled upon it almost as soon as he got in under the trees. There was a clearing, with a little rivulet of water running through it, beside which stood the missing Austin. There were other trees here, mingled with the pines, and the water made an elbow and spread into a shallow pool, with a kind of muddy beach. The hood of the car was up, and Parker approached with an uncomfortable feeling that there might be something disagreeable inside, but it was empty. He tried the gears. They were in neutral and the handbrake was on. On the seat was a handkerchief, a large linen handkerchief, very grubby and with no initials or laundry mark. Parker grunted a little over the criminal's careless habit of strewing his belongings about. He came round in front of the car and received immediate proof of carelessness. For on the mud there were footmarks, 2 men's and a woman's, it seemed. The woman had got out of the car first. He could see where the left heel had sunk heavily in as she extricated herself from the low seat. Then the right foot, less heavily, then she had staggered a little and started to run. But one of the men had been there to catch her. He had stepped out of the bracken in shoes with new rubbers on them, and there were some scuffling marks as though he had held her and she had tried to break away. Finally, the second man, who seemed to possess rather narrow feet and to wear the long-toed boots affected by town boys of the louder sort, had come after her from the car. The marks of his feet were clear, crossing and half obliterating hers. All 3 had stood together for a little. Then the tracks moved away, with those of the woman in the middle, and led up to where the mark of a Michelin balloon tie showed clearly. The tyres of the Austin were ordinary Dunlops. Besides, this was obviously a bigger car. It had apparently stood there for some little time, for a little pool of engine oil had dripped from the crankcase. Then the bigger car had moved off, down a sort of ride that led away through the trees. Parker followed it for a little distance, but the tracks soon became lost in a thick carpet of pine needles. Still, there was no other road for a car to take. He turned to the Austin to investigate further. Presently shouts told him that the other 2 were converging upon the centre of the wood. He called back, and before long Wimsey and Sir Charles Pillington came crashing towards him through the bracken which fringed the pines. "Well," said Wimsey, "I imagine we may put down this elegant bit of purple headgear to the gentleman in the slim boots. Bright yellow, I fancy, with buttons. He must be lamenting his beautiful cap. The woman's footprints belong to Mary Whittaker, I take it." "I suppose so. I don't see how they can be the Findlater girls. This woman went or was taken off in the car. They are certainly not Vera Findlater's. There was no mud on her shoes when we found her." "Oh. You were taking notice, then?" I thought you were feeling a bit dead to the world. So I was, old dear, but I can't help noticing things, though moribund. Hello. What's this? He put his hand down behind the cushions of the car and pulled out an American magazine, that monthly collection of mystery and sensational fiction published under the name of The Black Mask. Light reading for the masses, said Parker. Brought by the gentleman in the yellow boots, perhaps Chief Constable. In-law likely by Miss Findlater, said Wimsey. Hardly a lady's choice, said Sir Charles, in a pained tone. Suggested that, oh, I dunno. From all I hear, Miss Whittaker was dead against sentimentality and roses round the porch, and the other poor girl copied her in everything. They might have a boyish taste in fiction. Well, it's not important, said Parker. Wait a bit. Look at this. Somebody's been making marks on it. Wimsey held out the cover for inspection. A thick pencil mark had been drawn under the first two words of the title. Do you think it's some sort of message? Perhaps the book was on the seat, and she contrived to make the marks unnoticed and shove it away here before they transferred her to the other car. Ingenious, said Sir Charles, but what does it mean? The black. It makes no sense. Perhaps the long-toed gentleman was a black man, suggested Parker. Or possibly a Hindu or Parsi of sorts. God bless my soul, said Sir Charles, horrified, an English girl in the hands of a black man. How abominable. Well, we'll hope it isn't so. Shall we follow the road out or wait for the doctor to arrive? Better go back to the body, I think, said Parker. They've got a long start of us, and half an hour more or less in following them up won't make much odds. They tumbled from the translucent cool greenness of the little wood back onto the downs. The streamlet clacked merrily away over the pebbles, running out to the southwest on its way to the river and the sea. It's all very well your chattering, said Wimsey to the water. Why can't you say what you've seen? Chapter 21. By what means? Death hath so many doors to let out life. Beaumont and Fletcher, custom of the country. The doctor turned out to be a plumpish, fussy man, and what Wimsey impatiently called a tootster. He tutted over the mangled head of poor Vera Findlater as though it was an attack of measles after a party or a self-provoked fit of the gout. TST, TST, TST. A terrible blow. How did we come by that, I wonder? TST, TST. Life extinct. Oh, for several days, you know. TST, TST, which makes it so much more painful, of course. Dear me, how shocking for her poor parents. And her sisters. They are very agreeable girls, you know them, of course, Sir Charles. Yes. TST, TST. There is no doubt, I said Parker, that it is Miss Findlater. None whatever, said Sir Charles. Well, as you can identify her, it may be possible to spare the relatives the shock of seeing her like this. Just a moment, Doctor, the photographer wants to record the position of the body before you move anything. Now, you ever done any photographs of this kind before? No, well, you mustn't be upset by it. I know it's rather unpleasant. One from here, please, to show the position of the body, now from the top of the bank, that's right, now one of the wound itself, a close-up view, please. Yes. Thank you. Now, Doctor, you can turn her over, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Andrews, I know exactly how you are feeling, but these things have to be done. Hello. Look how her arms are all scratched about. Looks as if she'd put up a bit of a fight. The right wrist and left elbow, as though someone had been trying to hold her down. We must have a photograph of the marks, Mr. Andrews, they may be important. I say, Doctor, what do you make of this on the face? The doctor looked as though he would have preferred not to make so much as an examination of the face. However, with many tuts he worked himself up to giving an opinion. As far as one can tell, with all these post-mortem changes, he ventured, it looks as though the face had been roughened or bumped about the nose and lips. Yet there is no appearance of the kind on the bridge of the nose, neck or forehead. TST, otherwise I should have put it down to severe sunburn. How about chloroform burns, suggested Parker. TST, said the doctor, annoyed at not having thought of this himself. L wish you gentlemen of the police force would not be quite so ABN1PT. You want everything decided in too great a hurry. I was about to remark, if I had not anticipated me, that since I could not put the appearance down to sunburn, there remains some such possibility as you suggest. I can't possibly say that it is the result of chloroform. Medical pronouncements of that kind cannot be hastily made without cautious investigation, but I was about to remark that it might be. In that case, put in Wimsey, could she have died from the effects of the chloroform? Supposing she was given too much or that her heart was weak. "NDY good sir," said the doctor, deeply offended this time, "look at that blow upon the head, and ask yourself whether it is necessary to suggest any other cause of death. Moreover, if she had died of the chloroform, where would be the necessity for the blow?" "That is exactly what I was wondering," said Wimsey. "I suppose," went on the doctor, "you will hardly dispute my medical knowledge." "Certainly not," said Wimsey, "but as you say, it is unwise to make any medical pronouncement without cautious investigation." "And this is not the place for it," put in Parker, hastily. "I think we have done all there is to do here. Will you go with the body to the mortuary, Doctor? Mr. Andrews, I shall be obliged if you will come and take a few photographs of some footmarks and so on up in the wood. The light is bad, I'm afraid, but we must do our best." He took Wimsey by the arm. "The man is a fool, of course," he said, "but we can get a second opinion. In the meantime, we had better let it be supposed that we accept the surface explanation of all this." "What is the difficulty?" asked Sir Charles, curiously. "Oh, nothing much," replied Parker. "All the appearances are in favour of the girls having been attacked by a couple of ruffians, who have carried Miss Whittaker off with a view to ransom, after brutally knocking Miss Findlater on the head when she offered resistance. Probably that is the TME explanation. Any minor discrepancies will doubtless clear themselves up in time. We shall know better when we have had a proper medical examination." They returned to the wood, where photographs were taken and careful measurements made of the footprints. The chief constable followed these activities with intense interest, looking over Parker's shoulder as he entered the particulars in his notebook. "I say," he said, suddenly, "isn't it rather odd? Here's somebody coming," broke in Parker. The sound of a motorcycle being urged in second gear over the rough ground proved to be the herald of a young man armed with a camera. "Oh, God," groaned Parker. "The damned press already." He received the journalist courteously enough, showing him the wheel tracks and the footprints, and outlining the kidnapping theory as they walked back to the place where the body was found. "Can you give us any idea, Inspector, of the appearance of the two wanted men?" "Well," said Parker, "one of them appears to be something of a dandy. He wears a loathsome mauve cap and narrow-pointed shoes, and, if those marks on the magazine cover mean anything, one or other of the men may possibly be a colored man of some kind. Of the second man, all we can definitely say is that he wears number 10 shoes, with rubber heels." "I was going to say," said Pillington, "that, apropos de bots, it is rather remarkable, and this is where we found the body of Miss Findlater," went on Parker, ruthlessly. He described the injuries and the position of the body, and the journalist gratefully occupied himself with taking photographs, including a group of Wimsey, Parker and the chief constable standing among the gorse bushes, while the latter majestically indicated the fatal spot with his walking stick. "And now you've got what you want, old son," said Parker, benevolently, "buzz off, won't you, and tell the rest of the boys. You've got all we can tell you, and we've got other things to do beyond granting special interviews." The reporter asked no better. This was tantamount to making his information exclusive, and no Victorian matron could have a more delicate appreciation of the auteurs of exclusiveness than a modern newspaper man. "Well now, Sir Charles," said Parker, when the man had happily chugged and popped himself away, "what were you about to say in the matter of the footprints?" But Sir Charles was offended. The Scotland Yard man had snubbed him and thrown doubt on his discretion. "Nothing," he replied. "I feel sure that my conclusions would appear very elementary to you." And he preserved a dignified silence throughout the return journey. The Whittaker case had begun almost imperceptibly, in the overhearing of a casual remark dropped in a Soho restaurant. It ended amid a roar of publicity that shook England from end to end and crowded even Wimbledon into the second place. The bare facts of the murder and kidnapping appeared exclusively that night in a late extra edition of the Evening Views. Next morning it sprawled over the Sunday papers with photographs and full details, actual and imaginary. The idea of two English girls, the one brutally killed, the other carried off for some end unthinkably sinister, by a black man, aroused all the passion of horror and indignation of which the English temperament is capable. Reporters swarmed down upon Crow's Beach like locusts. The downs near Shelley Head were like a fair with motors, bicycles and parties on foot, rushing out to spend a happy weekend amid surroundings of mystery and bloodshed. Parker, who with Wimsey had taken rooms at the Green Lion, sat answering the telephone and receiving the letters and wires which descended upon him from all sides, with a stalwart policeman posted at the end of the passage to keep out all intruders. Wimsey fidgeted about the room, smoking cigarette after cigarette in his excitement. "This time we've got them," he said. "They've overreached themselves, thank God, yes. But have a little patience, old man. We can't lose them, but we must have all the facts first. You're sure those fellows have got Mrs. Forrest safe?" "Oh, yes. She came back to the flat on Monday night, or so the garage man says. Our men are shadowing her continually and will let us know the moment anybody comes to the flat." "Monday night?" "Yes. But that's no proof in itself. Monday night is quite a usual time for weekenders to return to town. Besides, I don't want to frighten her till we know whether she's the principal or merely the accomplice. Look here, Peter, I've had a message from another of our men. He's been looking into the finances of Miss Whittaker and Mrs. Forrest. Miss Whittaker has been drawing out big sums, ever since last December year in cheques to self, and these correspond almost exactly, amount for amount, with sums which Mrs. Forrest has been paying into her own account. That woman has had a big hold over Miss Whittaker, ever since old Miss Dawson died. She's in it up to the neck, Peter. L knew it. She's been doing the jobs while the Whittaker woman held down her alibi in Kent. For God's sake, Charles, make no mistake. Nobody's life is safe for a second while either of them is at large. When a woman is wicked and unscrupulous," said Parker, sententiously, "she is the most ruthless criminal in the world, 50 times worse than a man, because she is always so much more single-minded about it. They are not troubled with sentimentality, that's why," said Wimsey, "and we poor mutts of men stuff ourselves up with the idea that they are romantic and emotional. All punk, my son. Damn that phone." Parker snatched up the receiver. Yes, speaking." "Good God, you don't say so. All right." Yes, of course you must detain him. I think myself it's a plant, but he must be held and questioned. And see that all the papers have it. Tell him you're sure he's the man. See? Soak it well into him that's the official view. And, wait a moment, I want photographs of the cheque and of any fingerprints on it. Send him down immediately by a special messenger. It's genuine, I suppose? The bank people say it is. Good. What's his story? Oh. Any envelope, destroyed, silly devil. Right. Right. Goodbye. He turned to Wimsey with some excitement. Hallelujah. Dawson walked into Lloyd's Bank in Stepney yesterday morning and presented Mary Whittaker's cheque for $10,000, drawn on their Leonton branch to bearer, and dated Friday 24th. As the sum was such a large one and the story of the disappearance was in Friday night's paper, they asked him to call again. Meanwhile, they communicated with Leonton. When the news of the murder came out yesterday evening, the Leonton manager remembered about it and phoned the Yard, with the result that they sent round this morning and had Hallelujah up for a few inquiries. His story is that the cheque arrived on Saturday morning, all by itself in an envelope, without a word of explanation. Of course the old juggins chucked the envelope away, so that we can't verify his tale or get a line on the postmark. Our people thought the whole thing looked a bit fishy, so Hallelujah is detained pending investigation, in other words, arrested for murder and conspiracy. Poor old Hallelujah. Charles, this is simply devilish. That innocent, decent old creature, who couldn't harm a fly. No. Well, he's in for it and will have to go through with it. It's all the better for us. Hell's bells, there's somebody at the door. Come in. It's Dr. Faulkner to see you, sir, said the constable, putting his head in. Oh, good. Come in, doctor. Have you made your examination? I have, Inspector. Very interesting. You were quite right. I'll tell you that much straight away. I'm glad to hear that. Sit down and tell us all about it. I'll be as brief as possible, said the doctor. He was a London man, sent down by Scotland Yard, and accustomed to police work, a lean, grey badger of a man, businesslike and keen-eyed, the direct opposite of the tootster who had annoyed Parker the evening before. Well, first of all, the blow on the head had, of course, nothing whatever to do with the death. You saw yourself that there had been next to no bleeding. The wound was inflicted some time after death, no doubt to create the impression of an attack by a gang. Similarly with the cuts and scratches on the arms. They are the merest camouflage. Exactly. Your colleague, as you call him, is a fool, snorted the doctor. If that's a specimen of his diagnosis, I should think there would be a high death rate in Crow's Beach. That's by the way. You want the cause of death? Chloroform? Possibly. I opened the body but found no special symptoms suggestive of poisoning or anything. I have removed the necessary 1Y organs and sent them to Sir James Lubbock for analysis at your suggestion, but candidly I expect nothing from that. There was no odour of chloroform on opening the thorax. Either the time elapsed since the death was too long, as is very possible, seeing how volatile the stuff is, or the dose was too small. I found no indications of any heart weakness, so that, to produce death in a healthy young girl, chloroform would have had to be administered over a considerable time. Do you think it was administered at all? Yes, I think it was. The bumps on the face certainly suggest it. That would also account for the handkerchief found in the car, said Wimsey. I suppose, pursued Parker, that it would require considerable strength and determination to administer chloroform to a strong young woman. She would probably resist strenuously. She would, said the doctor, grimly, but the odd thing is, she didn't. As I said before, all the marks of violence were inflicted post-mortem. Suppose she had been asleep at the time, suggested Wimsey, couldn't it have been done quietly then? Oh, yes, easily. After a few long breaths of the stuff she would become semi-conscious and then could be more firmly dealt with. It is quite possible, I suppose, that she fell asleep in the sunshine, while her companion wandered off and was kidnapped, and that the kidnappers then came along and got rid of Miss Findlater. That seems a little unnecessary, said Parker. Why come back to her at all? Do you suggest that they both fell asleep and were both set on and chloroformed at the same time? It sounds rather unlikely. He outlined the history of their suspicions about Mary Whittaker, to which the doctor listened in horrified amazement. What happened, said Parker, as we think, is this. We think that for some reason Miss Whittaker had determined to get rid of this poor girl who was so devoted to her. She arranged that they should go off for a picnic and that it should be known where they were going to. Then, when Vera Findlater was dozing in the sunshine, our theory is that she murdered her, either with chloroform or, more likely, I fancy, by the same method that she used upon her other victims, whatever that was. Then she struck her on the head and produced the other appearances suggestive of a struggle, and left on the bushes a cap which she had previously purchased and stained with brilliantine. I am, of course, having the cap traced. Miss Whittaker is a tall, powerful woman. I don't think it would be beyond her strength to inflict that blow on an unresisting body. But how about those footmarks in the wood? I'm coming to that. There are one or two very odd things about them. To begin with, if this was the work of a secret gang, why should they go out of their way to pick out the one damp, muddy spot in 20 miles of country to leave their footprints in, when almost anywhere else they could have come and gone without leaving any recognizable traces at all? Good point, said the doctor. And I add to that they must have noticed they'd left a cap behind. Why not come back and remove it? Exactly. Then again, both pairs of shoes left prints entirely free from the marks left by wear and tear. I mean that there were no signs of the heels or soles being worn at all, while the rubbers on the larger pair were obviously just out of the shop. We shall have the photographs here in a moment, and you will see. Of course, it's not impossible that both men should be wearing brand new shoes, but on the whole it's unlikely. It is, agreed the doctor. And now we come to the most suggestive thing of all. One of the supposed men had very much bigger feet than the other, from which you would expect a taller and possibly heavier man with a longer stride. But on measuring the footprints, what do we find? In all three cases, the big man, the little man and the woman, we have exactly the same length of stride. Not only that, but the footprints have sunk into the ground to precisely the same depth, indicating that all three people were of the same weight. Now, the other discrepancies might pass, but that is absolutely beyond the reach of coincidence. Dr. Faulkner considered this for a moment. You've proved your point, he said at length. I'll consider that absolutely convincing. It struck even Sir Charles Pillington, who is none too bright, said Parker. I had the greatest difficulty in preventing him from blurting out the extraordinary agreement of the measurements to that Evening View's man. You think, then, that Miss Whittaker had come provided with these shoes and produced the tracks herself? Yes, retuming each time through the bracken. Cleverly done. She had made no mistake about superimposing the footprints. It was all worked out to a nicety, each set over and under the two others, to produce the impression that three people had been there at the same time. Intensive study of the works of Mr. Austin Freeman, I should say. And what next? Well, I think we shall find that this Mrs. Forrest, who we think has been her accomplice all along, had brought her car down, the big car, that is, and was waiting there for her. Possibly she did the making of the footprints while Mary Whittaker was staging the assault. Anyhow, she probably arrived there after Mary Whittaker and Vera Findlater had left the Austin and departed to the Hollow on the Downs. When Mary Whittaker had finished her part of the job, they put the handkerchief and the magazine called the Black Mask into the Austin and drove off in Mrs. Forrest's car. I'm having the movements of the car investigated, naturally. It's a dark blue Renault four-seater, with Michelin balloon tires, and the number is X04247. We know that it returned to Mrs. Forrest's garage on the Monday night with Mrs. Forrest in it. But where is Miss Whittaker? In hiding somewhere. We shall get her all right. She can't get money from her own bank, they are warned. If Mrs. Forrest tries to get money for her, she will be followed. So if the worst comes to the worst, we can starve her out in time with any luck. But we've got another clue. There has been a most determined attempt to throw suspicion on an unfortunate relative of Miss Whittaker's, a black nonconformist parson, with the remarkable name of Hallelujah Dawson. He has certain pecuniary claims on Miss Whittaker, not legal claims, but claims which any decent and humane person should have respected. She didn't respect them, and the poor old man might very well have been expected to nurse a GNLDGE against her. Yesterday morning he tried to cash a bearer cheque of hers for €10,000, with a lame-sounding story to the effect that it had arrived by the first post, without explanation, in an envelope. So, of course, he's had to be detained as one of the kidnappers. But that is very clumsy, surely. He's almost certain to have an alibi. I fancy the story will be that he hired some gangsters to do the job for him. He belongs to a mission in Stepney, where that mauve cap came from, and no doubt there are plenty of tough lads in his neighbourhood. Of course we shall make close inquiries and publish details broadcast in all the papers. And then? Well then, I fancy, the idea is that Miss Whittaker will turn up somewhere in an agitated condition with a story of assault and holding to ransom made to fit the case. If Cousin Hallelujah has not produced a satisfactory alibi, we shall learn that he was on the spot directing the murderers. If he has definitely shown that he wasn't there, his name will have been mentioned, or he will have turned up at some time which the poor dear girl couldn't exactly ascertain, in some dreadful den to which she was taken in a place which she won't be able to identify. What a devilish plot! Yes. Miss Whittaker is a charming young woman. If there's anything she'd stop at, I don't know what it is. And the amiable Mrs. Forrest appears to be another of the same kidney. Of course, Doctor, we are taking you into our confidence. You understand that our catching more Whittaker depends on her believing that we've swallowed all these false clues of hers. I'm not a talker, said the doctor. Gang you call it, and gang it is, as far as I'm concerned. And Miss Findlater was hit on the head and died of it. I only hope my colleague and the chief constable will be equally discreet. I warned them, naturally, after what you said last night. It's all very well, said Wimsey, but what positive evidence have we, after all, against this woman? A clever defending counsel would tear the whole thing to rags. The only thing we can absolutely prove her to have done is the burgling that house on Hampstead Heath and stealing the coal. The other deaths were returned natural deaths at the inquest. And as for Miss Findlater, even if we show it to be chloroform, well, chloroform isn't difficult stuff to get hold of, it's not arsenic or cyanide. And even if there were fingerprints on the spanner, there were not, said Parker, gloomily. This girl knows what she's about. What did she want to kill Vera Findlater for, anyway? Asked the doctor, suddenly. According to you, the girl was the most valuable bit of evidence Sesh had. She was the one witness who could prove that Miss Whittaker had an alibi for the other crimes, if they were crimes. She may have found out too much about the connection between Miss Whittaker and Mrs. Forrest. My impression is that she had served her turn and become dangerous. What we're hoping to surprise now is some communication between Forrest and Whittaker. Once we've got that, humph, said Dr. Faulkner. He had strolled to the window. Don't want to worry you unduly, but I perceive Sir Charles Pillington in conference with the special correspondent of The Wire. The Yell came out with the gang story all over the front page this morning, and a patriotic leader about the danger of encouraging coloured aliens. I needn't remind you that the WI would be ready to corrupt the Archangel Gabriel in order to kill the Yell's story. Oh, hell, said Parker, rushing to the window. Too late, said the doctor. The wire man has vanished into the post office. Of course, you can phone up and try to stop it. Parker did so, and was courteously assured by the editor of The Wire that the stow had not reached him, and that if it did, he would bear Inspector Parker's instructions in mind. The editor of The Wire was speaking the exact truth. The story had been received by the editor of the Evening Banner, sister paper to the Wire. In times of crisis, it is sometimes convenient that the left hand should not know what the right hand does. After all, it was an exclusive story. Chapter 22. A case of conscience. I know thou art religious, and hast a thing within thee called conscience, with 20 popish tricks and ceremonies which I have seen thee careful to observe. Titus Andronicus. Thursday, the 23rd of June, was the eve of S. John. The sober green workaday dress in which the church settles down to her daily duties after the bridal raptures of Pentecost had been put away, and the altar was white and shining once again. Vespers were over in the Lady Chapel at S. Onesimus, a faint reek of incense hung cloudily under the dim beams of the roof. A very short acolyte with a viol-long brass extinguisher snuffed out the candles, adding the faintly unpleasant yet sanctified odor of hot wax. The small congregation of elderly ladies rose up lingeringly from their devotions and slipped away in a series of deep genuflections. Miss Climpson gathered up a quantity of little manuals, and groped for her gloves. In doing so, she dropped her office book. It fell, annoyingly, behind the long kneeler, scattering as it went a small Pentecostal shower of Easter cards, bookmarkers, sacred pictures, dried palms and Ave Marias into the dark corner behind the confessional. Miss Climpson gave a little exclamation of wrath as she dived after them, and immediately repented this improper outburst of anger in a sacred place. "Discipline," she murmured, retrieving the last lost from under a hassock, "discipline. I must learn self-control." She crammed the papers back into the office book, grasped her gloves and handbag, bowed to the sanctuary, dropped her bag, picked it up this time in a kind of glow of martyrdom, bustled down the aisle and across the church to the south door, where the sacristan stood, key in hand, waiting to let her out. As she went, she glanced up at the high altar, unlit and lonely, with the tall candles like faint ghosts in the twilight of the apse. It had a grim and awful look, she thought, suddenly. "Good night, Mr. Staniforth," she said, quickly. "Good night, Miss Climpson, good night." She was glad to come out of the shadowy porch into the green glow of the June evening. She had felt a menace. Was it the thought of the stern Baptist, with his call to repentance? The prayer for grace to speak the TNLTH and boldly rebuke vice? Miss Climpson decided that she would hurry home and read the Epistle and Gospel, curiously tender and comfortable for the festival of that harsh and uncompromising saint. "And I can tidy up these cards at the same time," she thought. Mrs. Budge's first-floor front seemed stuffy after the scented loveliness of the walk home. Miss Climpson flung the window open and sat down by it to rearrange her sanctified oddments. The card of the Last Supper went in at the prayer of consecration. The Fra Angelico Annunciation had strayed out of the office for the 25th of March and was wandering among the Sundays after Trinity. The Sacred Heart with its French text belonged to Comus Christi, though. "Dear me," said Miss Climpson, "I must have picked this up in church." Certainly the little sheet of paper was not in her writing. Somebody must have dropped it. It was natural to look and see whether it was anything of importance. Miss Climpson was one of those people who say, "I'm not the kind of person who reads other people's postcards." This is clear notice to all and sundry that they are, precisely, that kind of person. They are not untruthful, the delusion is real to them. It is merely that Providence has provided them with a warning rattle, like that of the rattlesnake. After that, if you are so foolish as to leave your correspondence in their way, it is your own affair. Miss Climpson perused the paper. In the manuals for self-examination issued to there is often included an unwise little paragraph which speaks volumes for the innocent unworldliness of the compilers. You are advised, when preparing for confession, to make a little list of your misdeeds, lest 1 or 2 peccadillos should slip your mind. It is that you are cautioned against writing down the names of other people or showing your list to your friends, or leaving it about. But accidents may happen, and it may be that this recording of sins is contrary to the mind of the Church, who bids you whisper them with fleeting breath into the ear of a priest and bids him, in the same moment that he absolves, forget them as though they had never been spoken. At any rate, somebody had been recently shriven of the sins set forth upon the paper, probably the previous Saturday, and the document had fluttered down unnoticed between the confession box and the hassock, escaping the eye of the cleaner. And here it was, the tale that should have been told to none but God, lying open upon Mrs. Budge's round mahogany table under the eye of a fellow mortal. To do Miss Climpson justice, she would probably have destroyed it instantly unread, if one sentence had not caught her eye: "The lies I told for MW's sake." At the same moment she realized that this was Vera Findlater's handwriting, and it came over her like, as she explained afterwards, exactly what the implication of the words was. For a full half-hour Miss Climpson sat alone, struggling with her conscience. Her natural inquisitiveness said read, her religious training said, you must not read, her sense of duty to Wimsey, who employed her, said, find out, her own sense of decency said, do no such thing. A dreadful, harsh voice muttered gratingly, murder is the question. Are you going to be the accomplice of murder? She felt like Lancelot Gobbo between conscience and the fiend, but which was the fiend and which was conscience? To speak the TNLTH and boldly rebuke vice. Murder. There was a real possibility now. But was it a possibility? Perhaps she had read into the sentence more than it would bear. In that case, was it duty to read further and free her mind from this horrible suspicion? She would have liked to go to Mr. Tregold and ask his advice. Probably he would tell her to bum the paper promptly and drive suspicion out of her mind with prayer and fasting. She got up and began searching for the matchbox. It would be better to get rid of the thing quickly. What, exactly, was she about to destroy? The clue to the discovery of a murder. Whenever she thought of the word, it wrote itself upon her brain in large capitals, heavily underlined. Murder, IIKE, a police bill. Then she had an idea. Parker was a policeman, and probably also he had no particular feelings about the sacred secrecy of the confessional. He had a Protestant appearance, or possibly he thought nothing of religion one way or the other. In any case, he would put his professional duty before everything. Why not send him the paper, without reading it, briefly explaining how she had come upon it? Then the responsibility would be his. On consideration, however, Miss Climpson's innate honesty scouted this scheme as Jesuitical. Secrecy was violated by this open publication as much as if she had read the thing, or more so. The old Adam, too, raised his head at this point, suggesting that if anybody was going to see the confession, she might just as well satisfy her own reasonable curiosity. Besides, suppose she was quite mistaken? After all, the lies might have nothing whatever to do with Mary Whittaker's alibi. In that case, she would have betrayed another person's secret wantonly, and to no purpose. If she did decide to show it, she was bound to read it first, in justice to all parties concerned. Perhaps, if she just glanced at another word or two, she would see that it had nothing to do with murder, and then she could destroy it and forget it. She knew that if she destroyed it unread she never would forget it, to the end of her life. She would always carry with her that grim suspicion. She would think of Mary Whittaker as, perhaps, a murderess. When she looked into those hard blue eyes, she would be wondering what sort of expression they had when the soul behind them was plotting murder. Of course, the suspicions had been there before, planted by Wimsey, but now they were her own suspicions. They crystallized, became real to her. What shall one do? She gave a quick, shamefaced glance at the paper again. This time she saw the word London. Miss Climpson gave a kind of little gasp, like a person stepping under a cold shower bath. Well, said Miss Climpson, if this is a sin I am going to do it, and may I be forgiven. With a red flush creeping over her cheeks as though she were stripping something naked, she turned her attention to the paper. The jottings were brief and ambiguous. Parker might not have made much of them, but to Miss Climpson, trained in this kind of devotional shorthand, the story was clear as print. Word was written large and underlined. Then there was a reference to a quarrel, to wicked accusations and anger words, and to a preoccupation coming between the penitent's soul and a long dot from these few fossil bones. Miss Climpson had little difficulty in reconstructing one of those hateful and passionate scenes of slighted jealousy with which a woman-ridden life had made her only too familiar. I do everything for you, you don't care a bit for me, you treat me cruelly, you're simply sick of me, that's what it is. And don't be so ridiculous. Really, I can't stand this. Oh, stop it, Vera. I hate being slobbered over. Humiliating, degrading, exhausting, beastly scenes. Girls' school, boarding house, Bloomsbury flat scenes. Damnable selfishness wearying of its victim. Silly schwarmia swamping all decent self-respect. Barren quarrels ending in shame and hatred. Beastly, blood-sucking woman, said Miss Climpson, viciously. It's too bad. She's only making use of the girl. But the self-examiner was now troubled with a more difficult problem. Piecing the hints together, Miss Climpson sorted it out with practiced ease. Lies had been told, that was wrong, even though done to help a friend. Bad confessions had been made, suppressing those lies. This ought to be confessed and put right. But, the girl asked herself, had she come to this conclusion out of hatred of the lies or out of spite against the friend? Difficult, this searching of the heart. And ought she, not content with confessing the lies to the priest, also to tell the truth to the world? Miss Climpson had here no doubt what the priest's ruling would be. You need not go out of your way to betray your friend's confidence. Keep silent if you can, but if you speak you must speak the truth. You must tell your friend that she is not to expect any more lying from you. She is entitled to ask for secrecy, no more. So far, so good. But there was a further problem. Ought I to connive at her doing what is wrong? And then a sort of explanatory aside, the man in South Audley Street. This was a little mysterious. No, on the contrary, it explained the whole mystery, jealousy, quarrel and all. In those weeks of April and May, when Mary Whittaker had been supposed to be all the time in Kent with Vera Findlater, she had been going up to London. And Vera had promised to say that Mary was with her the whole time. And the visits to London had to do with a man in South Audley Street, and there was something sinful about it. That probably meant a love affair. Miss Climpson pursed her lips virtuously, but she was more surprised than shocked. Mary Whittaker. She would never have suspected it of her, somehow. But it so explained the jealousy and the quarrel, the sense of disunion. But how had Vera found out? Had Mary Whittaker confided in her? No. That sentence again, under the heading jealousy, what was it, following M.W. to London? She had followed then, and seen. And then, at some moment, she had burst out with her knowledge, reproached her friend. Yet this expedition to London must have happened before her own conversation with Vera Findlater, and the girl had then seemed so sure of Mary's affection. Or had it been that she was trying to persuade herself, with determined self-deception, that there was nothing in this business about the man? Probably. And probably some brutality of Mary's had brought all the miserable suspicions boiling to the surface, vocal, reproachful and furious. And so they had gone on to the row and the break. Queer, thought Miss Climpson, that Vera has never come and told me about her trouble. But perhaps she is ashamed, poor child. I haven't seen her for nearly a week. I think I'll call and see her and perhaps she'll tell me all about it. In which Miss Climpson's conscience, suddenly emerging with a bright and beaming smile from under the buffet of the enemy, in which case I shall know the whole history of it legitimately and can quite honourably tell Lord Peter about it. The next day, which was the Friday, she woke, however, with an unpleasant ache in the conscience. The paper, still tucked into the office book, worried her. She went round early to Vera Findlater's house, only to hear that she was staying with Miss Whittaker. "Then I suppose they've made it up," she said. She did not want to see Mary Whittaker, whether her secret was murder or mere immorality, but she was tormented by the desire to clear up the matter of the alibi for Lord Peter. In Wellington Avenue she was told that the two girls had gone away on the Monday and had not yet returned. She tried to reassure the maid, but her own heart misgave her. Without any real reason, she was uneasy. She went round to the church and said her prayers, but her mind was not on what she was saying. On an impulse, she caught Mr. Tregold as he pottered in and out of the sacristy, and asked if she might come the next evening to lay a case of conscience before him. So far, so good, and she felt that a good walk might help to clear the cobwebs from her brain. So she stalled off, missing Lord Peter by a quarter of an hour, and took the train to Guildford and then walked and had lunch in a wayside tea shop and walked back into Guildford and so came home, where she learned that Parker and ever so many gentlemen had been asking for her all day, and what a dreadful thing, miss, here was Miss Whittaker and Miss Findlater disappeared and the police out looking for them, and the motor cars was such dangerous things, miss, wasn't they? It was to be hoped there wasn't an accident. And into Miss Climpson's mind there came, like an inspiration, the words, South Audley Street. Miss Climpson did not, of course, know that Wimsey was at Crow's Beach. She hoped to find him in town. For she was seized with a desire, which she could hardly have explained even to herself, to go and look at South Audley Street. What she was to do when she got there she did not know, but go there she must. It was the old reluctance to make open use of that confession paper. Vera Findlater's story at first hand, that was the idea to which she obscurely clung. So she took the first train to Waterloo, leaving behind her, in case Wimsey or Parker should call again, a letter so obscure and mysterious and so lavishly underlined and interlined that it was perhaps fortunate for their reason that they were never faced with it. In Piccadilly she saw Bunter, and learned that his lordship was at Crow's Beach with Mr. Parker, where he, Bunter, was just off to join him. Miss Climpson promptly charged him with a message to his employer slightly more involved and mysterious than her letter, and depeined for South Audley Street. It was only when she was walking up it that she realized how vague her quest was and how little investigation one can do by merely walking along a street. Also, it suddenly occurred to her that if Miss Whittaker was carrying on anything of a secret nature in South Audley Street, the sight of an acquaintance patrolling the pavement would put her on her guard. Much struck by this reflection, Miss Climpson plunged abruptly into a chemist's shop and bought a toothbrush, by way of concealing her movements and gaining time. One can while away many minutes comparing the shapes, sizes and bristles of toothbrushes, and sometimes chemists will be nice and gossipy. Looking round the shop for inspiration, Miss Climpson observed a tin of nasal snuff labelled with the chemist's own name. "I will take a tin of that, too, please," she said. "What excellent stuff it is, quite wonderful. I have used it for years and am really delighted with it. I recommend it to all my friends, particularly for hay fever. In fact, there's a friend of mine who often passes your shop, who told me only yesterday what a martyr she was to that complaint. 'My dear,' I said to her, 'you have only to get a tin of this splendid stuff and you will be quite all right all summer.' She was so grateful to me for telling her about it. Has she been in for it yet?" And she described Mary Whittaker closely. It will be noticed, by the way, that in the struggle between Miss Climpson's conscience and what Wilkie Collins calls detective fever, conscience was getting the worst of it and was winking at an amount of deliberate untruth which a little time earlier would have staggered it. The chemist, however, had seen nothing of Miss Climpson's friend. Nothing, therefore, was to be done but to retire from the field and think what was next to be done. Miss Climpson left, but before leaving she neatly dropped her latchkey into a large basket full of sponges standing at her elbow. She felt she might like to have an excuse to visit South Audley Street again. Conscience sighed deeply, and her guardian angel dropped a tear among the sponges. Retiring into the nearest tea shop she came to, Miss Climpson ordered a cup of coffee and started to think out a plan for honeycombing South Audley Street. She needed an excuse, and a disguise. An adventurous spirit was welling up in her elderly bosom, and her first dozen or so ideas were more lurid than practical. At length a really brilliant notion occurred to her. She did not attempt to hide it from herself, precisely the type and build of person one associates with the collection of subscriptions. Moreover, she had a perfectly good and genuine cause ready to hand. The church which she attended in London ran a slum mission, which was badly in need of funds, and she possessed a number of collecting cards, bearing full authority to receive subscriptions on its behalf. What more natural than that she should try a little house-to-house visiting in a wealthy quarter? The question of disguise, also, was less formidable than it might appear. Miss Whittaker had only known her well-dressed and affluent in appearance. Ugly, clumping shoes, a hat of virtuous ugliness, a shapeless coat and a pair of tinted glasses would disguise her sufficiently at a distance. At close quarters, it would not matter if she was recognized, for if once she got to close quarters with Mary Whittaker, her job was done and she had found the house she wanted. Miss Climpson rose from the table, paid her bill and hurried out to buy the glasses, remembering that it was Saturday. Having secured a pair which hid her eyes effectively without looking exaggeratedly mysterious, she made for her rooms in St. George's Square, to choose suitable clothing for her adventure. She realized, of course, that she could hardly start work till Monday. Saturday afternoon and Sunday are hopeless from the collector's point of view. The choice of clothes and accessories occupied her for the better part of the afternoon. When she was at last satisfied, she went downstairs to ask her landlady for some tea. "Certainly, miss," said the good woman. "Ain't it awful, miss, about this murder?" "What murder?" asked Miss Climpson, vaguely. She took the evening views from her landlady's hand, and read the story of Vera Findlater's death. Sunday was the most awful day Miss Climpson had ever spent. An active woman, she was condemned to inactivity, and she had time to brood over the tragedy. Not having Wimsey's or Parker's inside knowledge, she took the kidnapping story at its face value. In a sense, she found it comforting, for she was able to acquit Mary Whittaker of any share in this or the previous murders. She put them down, except, of course, in the case of Miss Dawson, and that might never have been a murder after all, to the mysterious man in South Audley Street. She formed a nightmare image of him in her mind, blood-bolted, sinister, and, most horrible of all, an associate and employer of debauched and brutal assassins. To Miss Climpson's credit be it said that she never for one moment faltered in her determination to track the monster to his lurking place. She wrote a long letter to Lord Peter, detailing her plans. Bunter, she knew, had left IOA Piccadilly, so, after considerable thought, she addressed it to Lord Peter Wimsey, C/O Inspector Parker, the police station, Crow's Beach. There was, of course, no Sunday post from town. However, it would go with the midnight collection. On the Monday morning she set out early, in her old clothes and her spectacles, for South Audley Street. Never had her natural inquisitiveness and her hard training in third-rate boarding houses stood her in better stead. She had learned to ask questions without heeding rebuffs, to be persistent, insensitive and observant. In every flat she visited she acted her natural self, with so much sincerity and such limpet-like obstinacy that she seldom came away without a subscription and almost never without some information about the flat and its inmates. By tea time, she had done one side of the street and nearly half the other, without result. She was just thinking of going to get some food, when she caught sight of a woman, about 100 yards ahead, walking briskly in the same direction as herself. Now it is easy to be mistaken in faces, but almost impossible not to recognize a back. Miss Climpson's heart gave a bound. "Mary Whittaker," she said to herself, and started to follow. The woman stopped to look into a shop window. Miss Climpson hesitated to come closer. If Mary Whittaker was at large, Then, why then the kidnapping had been done with her own consent? Puzzled, Miss Climpson determined to play a waiting game. The woman went into the shop. The friendly chemist's was almost opposite. Miss Climpson decided that this was the moment to reclaim her latchkey. She went in and asked for it. It had been put aside for her and the assistant produced it at once. The woman was still in the shop over the way. Miss Climpson embarked upon a long string of apologies and circumstantial details about her carelessness. The woman came out. Miss Climpson gave her a longish stan, brought the conversation to a close, and fussed out again, replacing the glasses which she had removed for the chemist's benefit. The woman walked on without stopping, but she looked into the shop windows from time to time. A man with a filetterer's barrow removed his cap as she passed and scratched his head. Almost at once, the woman turned quickly and came back. The fruiterer picked up the handles of his barrow and trundled it away into a side street. The woman came straight on, and Miss Climpson was obliged to dive into a doorway and pretend to be tying a bootlace, to avoid a face-to-face encounter. Apparently the woman had only forgotten to buy cigarettes. She went into a tobacconist's and emerged again in a minute or two, passing Miss Climpson again. That lady had dropped her bag and was agitatedly sorting its contents. The woman passed her without a glance and went on. Miss Climpson, flushed from stooping, followed again. The woman turned in at the entrance to a block of flats next door to a florist's. Miss Climpson was hard on her heels now, for she was afraid of losing her. Mary Whittaker, if it was Mary Whittaker, went straight through the hall to the lift, which was one of the kind worked by the passenger. She stepped in and shot up. Miss Climpson, gazing at the orchids and roses in the florist's window, watched the lift out of sight. Then, with her subscription card prominently in her hand, she too entered the flats. There was a porter on duty in a little glass case. He at once spotted Miss Climpson as a stranger and asked politely if he could do anything for her. Miss Climpson, selecting a name at random from the list of occupants in the entrance, asked which was Mrs. Forrest's flat. The man replied that it was on the 4th floor, and stepped forward to bring the lift down for her. A man, to whom he had been chatting, moved quietly from the glass case and took up a position in the doorway. As the lift ascended, Miss Climpson noticed that the fruiterer had returned. His barrow now stood just outside. The porter had come up with her, and pointed out the door of Mrs. Forrest's flat. His presence was reassuring. She wished he would stay within call till she had concluded her search of the building. However, having asked for Mrs. Forrest, she must begin there. She pressed the bell. At first she thought the flat was empty, but after ringing a second time she heard footsteps. The door opened, and a heavily overdressed and peroxided lady made her appearance, whom Lord Peter would at once, and embarrassingly, have recognized. "I'll have come," said Miss Climpson, wedging herself briskly in at the doorway with the skill of the practiced canvasser, "to try if I can enlist your help for our mission settlement. May I come in?" "I am sure you, no thanks," said Mrs. Forrest, shortly, and in a hurried, breathless tone, as if there was somebody behind her who she was anxious should not overhear her. "I'm not interested in missions." She tried to shut the door. But Miss Climpson had seen and heard enough. "Good gracious," she cried, staring, "why, it's come in." Mrs. Forrest caught her by the arm almost roughly and pulled her over the threshold, slamming the door behind them. "How extraordinary," said Miss Climpson. "I'll hardly recognized you, Miss Whittaker, with your hair like that." "You," said Mary Whittaker. "You, of all people." They sat facing one another in the sitting room with its tawdry pink silk cushions. "I knew you were a meddler. How did you get here? Is there anyone with you?" "Just happened," began Miss Climpson vaguely. One thought was uppermost in her mind. How did you get free? What happened? Who killed Vera? She knew she was asking her questions crudely and stupidly. Why are you disguised like that? Who sent you? Reiterated Moore Whitaker. Who is the man with you? Pursued Miss Climpson. Do the murder. What man? The man Vera saw leaving your flat. Did he? Is he here? Did he? So that's it. Vera told you. The liar. I thought I had been quick enough. Suddenly, something which had been troubling Miss Climpson for weeks crystallized and became plain to her. The expression in Mary Whitaker's eyes. A long time ago, Miss Climpson had assisted a relative to run a boarding house, and there had been a young man who paid his bill by check. She had had to make a certain amount of unpleasantness about the bill, and he had written the check unwillingly, sitting, with her eye upon him, at the little plush-covered table in the drawing-room. Then he had gone away, slinking out with his bag when no one was about. And the check had come back, like the bad penny that it was. A forgery. Miss Climpson had had to give evidence. She remembered now the odd, defiant look with which the young man had taken up his pen for his first plunge into crime. And today she was seeing it again, an unattractive mingling of recklessness and calculation. It was with the look which had once warned Wimsey and should have warned her. She breathed more quickly. Who was the man? The man? Mary Whitaker laughed suddenly. A man called Templeton, no friend of mine. It's really funny that you should think he was a friend of mine. I would have killed him if I could. But where is he? What are you doing? Don't you know that everybody is looking for you? Why don't you? That's why. Mary Whitaker flung her 10 o'clock edition of the Evening Banner, which was lying on the sofa. Miss Climpson read the glaring headlines. Amazing new developments in Crow's Beach crime. Wounds on body inflicted after death. Faked footprints. Miss Climpson gasped with amazement, and bent over the smaller type. How extraordinary! Why, she said, looking up quickly. Not quite quickly enough. The heavy brass lamp missed her head indeed, but fell numbingly on her shoulder. She sprang to her feet with a loud shriek, just as Mary Whitaker's strong white hands closed upon her throat. Chapter 23. And smote him, thus. 'Tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough, 'twill serve. Romeo and Juliet. Lord Peter missed both Miss Climpson's communications. Absorbed in the police inquiry, he never thought to go back to Leonton. Bunter had duly arrived with Mrs. Merdle on the Saturday evening. Immense police activity was displayed in the neighbourhood of the Downs, and at Southampton and Portsmouth, in order to foster the idea that the authorities supposed the gang to be lurking in those districts. Nothing, as a matter of fact, was farther from Parker's thoughts. Let her think she is safe, he said, and she'll come back. It's the cat and mouse act for us, old man. Wimsey fretted. He wanted the analysis of the body to be complete and loathed the thought of the long days he had to wait. And he had small hope of the result. It's all very well sitting round with your large disguised policeman outside Mrs. Forrest's flat, he said irritably, over the bacon and eggs on Monday morning, but you do realize, don't you, that we've still got no proof of murder? Not in one single case. That's so, replied Parker, placidly. Well, doesn't it make your blood boil, said Wimsey. Hardly, said Parker. This kind of thing happens too often. If my blood boiled even time there was a delay in getting evidence, I should be in a perpetual fever. Why worry? It may be that perfect crime you're so fond of talking about, the one that leaves no trace. You ought to be charmed with it. Oh, I dare say. O turpitude, where are the charms that sages have seen in thy face? Time's called at the criminal's arms, and there isn't a drink in the place. Wimsey's standard poets, with emendations by Thingummy. As a matter of fact, I'm not at all sure that Miss Dawson's death wasn't the perfect crime, if only the Whitaker girl had stopped at that and not tried to cover it up. If you notice, the deaths are becoming more and more violent, elaborate and unlikely in appearance. Telephone again. If the post office accounts don't show a handsome profit on telephones this year, it won't be your fault. It's the cap and shoes, said Parker, mildly. They've traced them. They were ordered from an outfitter's in Stepney, to be sent to the Reverend H. Dawson, Peveril Hotel, Bloomsbury, to await arrival. The Peveril again? Yes. I recognize the hand of Mr. Triggs' mysterious charmer. The Reverend Hallelujah Dawson's card, with message "Please give parcel to bearer," was presented by a district messenger next day, with a verbal explanation that the gentleman found he could not get up to town after all. The messenger, obeying instructions received by telephone, took the parcel to a lady in a nurse's dress on the platform at Charing Cross. Asked to describe the lady, he said she was tall and wore blue glasses and the usual cloak and bonnet. So that's that. How were the goods paid for? Postal order, purchased at the West Central office at the busiest moment of the day. And when did all this happen? That's the most interesting part of the business. Last month, shortly before Miss Whittaker and Miss Findlater returned from Kent. This plot was well thought out beforehand. Yes. Well, that's something more for you to pin on to Mrs. Forrest. It looks like proof of conspiracy, but whether it's proof of murder, it's meant to look like a conspiracy of Cousin Hallelujah's, I suppose. Oh, well, we shall have to trace the letters and the typewriter that wrote them and interrogate all these people, I suppose. God! What a grind! Hello. Come in. Oh, it's you, Doctor. Excuse my interrupting your breakfast, said Dr. Faulkner, but early this morning, while lying awake, I was visited with a bright idea. So I had to come and work it off on you while it was fresh. About the blow on the head and the marks on the arms, you know. Do you suppose they served a double purpose? Besides making it look like the work of a gang, could they be hiding some other, smaller mark? Poison, for instance, could be injected, and the mark covered up by scratches and cuts inflicted after death. Frankly, said Parker, I wish I could think it. It's a very sound idea and may be the right one. Our trouble is, that in the two previous deaths which we have been investigating, and which we are inclined to think form a part of the same series as this one, there have been no signs or traces of poison discoverable in the bodies at all by any examination or analysis that skill can devise. In fact, not only no proof of poison, but no proof of anything but natural death. And he related the cases in fuller detail. Odd, said the doctor. And you think this may turn out the same way? Still, in this case the death can't very well have been natural, or why these elaborate efforts to cover it up? It wasn't, said Parker, the proof being that, as we now know, the plot was laid nearly 2 months ago. But the method, cried Wimsey, the method. Hang it all, here are all we people with our brilliant brains and our professional reputations, and this half-trained girl out of a hospital can beat the lot of us. How was it done? It's probably something so simple and obvious that it's never occurred to us, said Parker. The sort of principle you learn when you're in the 4th form and never apply to anything. Rudimentary. Like that motorcycling imbecile we met up at Cronin, who sat in the rain and prayed for help because he'd never heard of an airlock in his feed. Now I dare say that boy had learnt. What's the matter with you? God, cried Wimsey. He smashed his hand down among the breakfast things, upsetting his cup. My God! But that's it. You've got it, you've done it, obvious. God Almighty, it doesn't need a doctor. A garage hand could have told you. People die of it every day. Of course, it was an airlock in the feed. Bear up, doctor, said Parker, he's always like this when he gets an idea. It wears off in time. L, you mind explaining yourself, old thing? Wimsey's pallid face was flushed. He turned on the doctor. Look here, he said, The body's a pumping engine, isn't it? The jolly old helt pumps the blood round the arteries and back through the veins and so on, doesn't it? That's what keeps things working, what? Round and home again in 2 minutes, that sort of thing. Certainly. Little valve to let the blood out, another little valve to let it in, just like an internal combustion engine, which it is. Of course. And supposing that stops. You die. Yes. Now, look here. You take a good big hypodermic, empty, and dig it into one of the big arteries and push the handle, what would happen? What would happen, doctor? You'd be pumping a big air bubble into your engine feed, wouldn't you? What would become of your circulation, then? It would stop it, said the doctor, without hesitation. That is why nurses have to be particular to fill the syringe properly, especially when doing an intravenous injection. I knew it was the kind of thing you learnt in the 4th form. Well, go on. Your circulation would stop. It would be like an embolism in its effect, wouldn't it? Only if it was in a main artery, of course. In a small vein the blood would find a way round. That is why, this seemed to be the doctor's favourite opening, that is why it is so important that embolisms, blood clots, should be dispersed as soon as possible and not left to wander about the system. Yes, yes, but the air bubble, doctor, in a main artery, say the femoral or the big vein in the bend of the elbow, that would stop the circulation, wouldn't it? How soon? Why, at once. The heart would stop beating. And then? You would die. With what symptoms? None to speak of. Just a gasp or two. The lungs would make a desperate effort to keep things going. Then you'd just stop. Like heart failure. It would be heart failure. How well I know it. That sneeze in the carburetor, a gasping, as you say. And what would be the post-mortem symptoms? None. Just the appearances of heart failure. And, of course, the little mark of the needle, if you happen to be looking for it. You're sure of all this, doctor, said Parker. Well, it's simple, isn't it? A plain problem in mechanics. Of course that would happen. It must happen. Could it be proved, insisted Parker. That's more difficult. We must try, said Parker. It's ingenious, and it explains a lot of things. Doctor, will you go down to the mortuary again and see if you can find any puncture mark on the body? I really think you've got the explanation of the whole thing, Peter. Oh, dear. Who's on the phone now? Oh, that's torn it. She'll never come back now. Warn all the ports, send out an all stations call, watch the railways and go through Bloomsbury with a tooth comb, that's the part she knows best. I'm coming straight up to town now, yes, immediately. Right you are. He hung up the receiver with a few brief, choice expressions. That adjectival imbecile, Pillington, has let out all he knows. The whole story is in the early editions of the Banner. We're doing no good here. Mary Whittaker will know the game's up, and she'll be out of the country in 2 tours, if she isn't already. Coming back to town, Wimsey. Naturally. Take you up in the car. Lose no time. Ring the bell for Bunter, would you? Oh, Bunter, we're going up to town. How soon can we start? At once, my lord. I have been holding your lordship's and Mr. Parker's things ready packed from hour to hour, in case a hurried adjournment should be necessary. Good man. And there is a letter for you, Mr. Parker, sir. Oh, thanks yes. The fingerprints off the check. H.M. 2 sets only, besides those of the cashier, of course, Cousin Hallelujah's and a female set, presumably those of Mary Whittaker. Yes, obviously, here are the four fingers of the left hand, just as one would place them to hold the check flat while signing. Pardon me, sir, but might I look at that photograph? Certainly. Take a copy for yourself. I know it interests you as a photographer. Well, cheerio, Doctor. See you in town sometime. Come on, Peter. Lord Peter came on. And that, as Dr. Faulkner would say, was why Miss Climpson's second letter was brought up from the police station too late to catch him. They reached town at 12, owing to Wimsey's brisk work at the wheel, and went straight to Scotland Yard, dropping Bunter, at his own request, as he was anxious to return to the flat. They found the Chief Commissioner in rather a brusque mood, angry with the Banner and annoyed with Parker for having failed to muzzle Pillington. God knows where she will be found next. She's probably got a disguise and a getaway already. Probably gone already, said Wimsey. She could easily have left England on the Monday or Tuesday and nobody a penny the wiser. If the coast had seemed clear, she'd have come back and taken possession of her goods again. Now she'll stay abroad. That's all. I'm very much afraid you're right, agreed Parker, gloomily. And meanwhile, what is Mrs. Forrest doing? Behaving quite normally. She's been carefully shadowed, of course, but not interfered with in any way. We've got 3 men out there now, one as a coster, one as a dear friend of the hall porter's who drops in every so often with racing tips, and an odd job man doing a spot of work in the backyard. They report that she has been in and out, shopping and so on, but mostly having her meals at home. No one has called. The men deputed to shadow her away from the flat have watched carefully to see if she speaks to anyone or slips money to anyone. We're pretty sure the two haven't met yet. Excuse me, sir. An officer put his head in at the door. Here's Lord Peter Wimsey's man, sir, with an urgent message. Bunter entered, trimly correct in bearing, but with a glitter in his eye. He laid down 2 photographs on the table. Excuse me, my lord and gentlemen, but would you be so good as to cast your eyes on these 2 photographs? Fingerprints, said the chief, interrogatively. One of them is our own official photograph of the prints on the €10,000 check, said Parker. The other, where did you get this, Bunter? It looks like the same set of prints, but it's not one of ours. They appeared similar, sir, to my uninstructed eye. I thought it better to place the matter before you. Send Dewsbury here, said the Chief Commissioner. Dewsbury was the head of the fingerprint department, and he had no hesitation at all. They are undoubtedly the same prints, he said. A light was slowly breaking in on Wimsey. Bunter, did these come off that wine glass? Yes, my lord. But they are Mrs. Forrest's. So I understood you to say, my lord, and I have filed them under that name. Then, if the signature on the check is genuine, we haven't far to look for our bird, said Parker, brutally. A double identity, damn the woman, she's made us waste a lot of time. Well, I think we shall get her now, on the find later murder at least, and possibly on the go-tobe business. But I understood there was an alibi for that, said the chief. There was, said Parker, grimly, but the witness was the girl that's just been murdered. Looks as though she had made up her mind to split and was got rid of. Looks as though several people had had a near squeak of it, said Wimsey. Including you. That yellow hair was a wig, then? Probably. It never looked natural, you know. When I was there that night she had on one of those closed turban affairs. She might have been bald for all one could see. Did you notice the scar on the fingers of the right hand? Elle did not, for the very good reason that her fingers were stiff with rings to the knuckles. There was pretty good sense behind her ugly bad taste. I suppose I was to be DNLGGED, or, failing that, caressed into slumber and then, shall we say, put out of circulation. Highly distressing incident. Amorous club man dies in a flat. Relations very anxious to hush matter up. I was selected, I suppose, because I was seen with Evelyn Cropper at Liverpool. Bertha Gotobe got the same sort of dose, too, I take it. Met by old employer, accidentally, on leaving work, $5 note and nice little dinner, lashings of champagne, poor kid as DNMK as a blind fiddler, bundled into the car, finished off there and noodled out to Epping in company with a ham sandwich and a bottle of base. Easy, ain't it, when you know how? That being so, said the Chief Commissioner, the sooner we get hold of her the better. You'd better go at once, Inspector, take a warrant for Whittaker or Forrest, and any help you may require. I come, asked Wimsey, when they were outside the building. Why not? You may be useful. With the men we've got there already, we shan't need any extra help. The car whizzed swiftly through Pall Mall, up St. James's Street and along Piccadilly. Halfway up South Audley Street they passed the fruit seller, with whom Parker exchanged an almost imperceptible signal. A few doors below the entrance to the flats they got out and were almost immediately joined by the hall porter's sporting friend. I was just going out to call you up, said the latter. She's arrived. What, the Whittaker woman? Yes. Went up about 2 minutes ago. Is Forrest there too? Yes. She came in just before the other woman. Queer, said Parker. Another good theory gone west. Are you sure it's Whittaker? Well, she's made up with old-fashioned clothes and greyish hair and so on. But she's the right height and general appearance. And she's running the old blue spectacle stunt again. I think it's the right one, though of course I didn't get close to her, remembering your instructions. Well, we'll have a look, anyhow. Come along. The coster had joined them now, and they all entered together. Did the old girl go up to Forrest's flat all right? Asked the third detective of the porter. That's right. Went straight to the door and started something about a subscription. Then Mrs. Forrest pulled her in quick and slammed the door. Nobody's come down since. Right. We'll take ourselves up, and mind you don't let anybody give us the slip by the staircase. Now then, Wimsey, she knows you as Templeton, but she may still not know for certain that you're reworking with us. Ring the bell, and when the door's opened, stick your foot inside. We'll stand just round the corner here and be ready to rush. This man cover was executed. They heard the bell trill loudly. Nobody came to answer it, however. Wimsey rang again, and then bent his ear to the door. Charles, he cried suddenly, there's something going on here. His face was white. Be quick. I couldn't stand another. Parker hastened up and listened. Then he caught Peter's stick and hammered on the door, so that the hollow lift shaft echoed with the clamour. Come on there, open the door, this is the police. And all the time, a horrid, stealthy thumping and gurgling sounded inside, dragging of something heavy and a scuffling noise. Then a loud crash, as though a piece of furniture had been flung to the floor, and then a loud hoarse scream, cut brutally off in the middle. Break in the door, said Wimsey, the sweat pouring down his face. Parker signalled to the heavier of the two policemen. He came along, shoulder first, lunging. The door shook and cracked. They stamped and panted in the narrow space. The door gave way, and they tumbled into the hall. Everything was ominously quiet. Oh, quick, sobbed Peter. A door on the right stood open. A glance assured them that there was nothing there. They sprang to the sitting-room door and pushed it. It opened about a foot. Something bulky impeded its progress. They shoved violently and the obstacle gave. Wimsey leapt over it. It was a tall cabinet, fallen with broken china strewing the floor. The room bore signs of a violent struggle, tables flung down, a broken chair, a smashed lamp. He dashed for the bedroom, with Parker hard at his heels. The body of a woman lay limply on the bed. Her long, grizzled hair hung in a dark rope over the pillow and blood was on her head and throat. But the blood was running freely, and Wimsey could have shouted for joy at the sight. Dead men do not bleed. Parker gave only one glance at the injured woman. He made promptly for the dressing room beyond. A shot sang past his head, there was a snarl and a shriek, and the episode was over. The constable stood shaking his bitten hand, while Parker put the come-along-o-me grip on the quarry. He recognized her readily, though the peroxide wig had fallen awry and the blue eyes were bleared with terror and fury. "That'll do," said Parker, quietly, "the game's up. It's not a bit of use. Come, be reasonable. You don't want us to put the bracelets on, do you? Mary Whitaker, alias Forrest, I arrest you on the charge." He hesitated for a moment and she saw it. "On what charge? What have you got against me?" "Of attempting to murder this lady, for a start," said Parker. "The old fool," she said, contemptuously, "she forced her way in here and attacked me." "Is that all?" "Very probably not," said Parker. "I'll warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence at your trial." Indeed, the third officer had already produced a notebook and was imperturbably writing down. When told the charge, the prisoner said, "Is that all?" The remark evidently struck him as an injudicious one, for he licked his pencil with an air of satisfaction. "Is the lady all right? Who is it?" asked Parker, coming back to a survey of the situation. "It's Miss Climpson, God knows how she got here. I think she's all right, but she's had a rough time." He was anxiously sponging her head as he spoke, and at that moment her eyes opened. "Help," said Miss Climpson, confusedly. "The syringe, you shan't, oh." She struggled feebly, and then recognized Wimsey's anxious face. "Oh, dear," she exclaimed, "Lord Peter. Such an upset. Did you get my letter? Is it all right? Oh, dear. What a state I'm in. That woman, now, don't worry, Miss Climpson," said Wimsey, much relieved, "everything's quite all right and you mustn't talk. You must tell us about it later." "What was that about a syringe?" said Parker, intent on his case. "She'd got a syringe in her hand," panted Miss Climpson, trying to sit up, and fumbling with her hands over the bed. "I fainted, I think, such a struggle, and something hit me on the head. And I saw her coming at me with the thing. And I knocked it out of her hand and I can't remember what happened afterwards. But I have remarkable vitality," said Miss Climpson, cheerfully. "My dear father always used to say Climpsons take a lot of." Parker was groping on the floor. "Here you are," said he. In his hand was a hypodermic syringe. "She's mental, that's what she is," said the prisoner. "That's only the hypodermic I use for my injections when I get neuralgia. There's nothing in that." "That is quite correct," said Parker, with a significant nod at Wimsey. "There is nothing in it." On the Tuesday night, when the prisoner had been committed for trial on the charges of murdering Bertha Gotthobt and Vera Findlater, and attempting to murder Alexandra Climpson, Wimsey dined with Parker. The former was depressed and nervous. "The whole thing's been beastly," he grumbled. They had sat up discussing the case into the small hours. "Interesting," said Parker, "interesting. I owe you 7 and 6, by the way. We ought to have seen through that Forrest business earlier, but there seemed no real reason to suspect the Findlater girl's word as to the alibi. These mistaken loyalties make a lot of trouble. I'll think the thing that put us off was that it all started so early. There seemed no reason for it, but looking back on Triggs Stowe it's as plain as a pikestaff. She took a big risk with that empty house, and she couldn't always expect to find empty houses handy to do away with people in. The idea was, I suppose, to build up a double identity, so that, if Mary Whittaker was ever suspected of anything, she could quietly disappear and become the frail but otherwise innocent Mrs. Forrest. The real slip-up was forgetting to take back that €5 note from Bertha Gotobed. If it hadn't been for that, we might never have known anything about Mrs. Forrest. It must have rattled her horribly when we turned up there. After that, she was known to the police in both her characters. The find later business was a desperate attempt to cover up her tracks, and it was bound to fail, because it was so complicated. Yes. But the Dawson murder was beautiful in its ease and simplicity. If she had stuck to that and left well alone, we could never have proved anything. We can't prove it now, which is why I left it off the charge sheet. I don't think I've ever met a more greedy and heartless murderer. She probably really thought that anyone who inconvenienced her had no right to exist. Greedy and malicious. Fancy telling to shove the blame on poor old Hallelujah. I suppose he'd committed the unforgivable sin of asking her for money. Well, he'll get it, that's one good thing. The pit digged for Cousin Hallelujah has turned into a gold mine. That $10,000 check has been honored. I saw to that first thing, before Whittaker could remember to try and stop it. Probably she couldn't have stopped it anyway, as it was duly presented last Saturday. Is the money legally hers? Of course it is. We know it was gained by a crime, but we haven't charged her with the crime, so that legally no such crime was committed. I've not said anything to Cousin Hallelujah, of course, or he mightn't like to take it. He thinks it was sent him in a burst of contrition, poor old dear. So Cousin Hallelujah and all the little Hallelujahs will be rich. That's splendid. How about the rest of the money? Will the Crown get it after all? No. Unless she wills it to someone, it will go to the Whittaker next of kin, a first cousin, I believe, called Alcock. A very decent fellow, living in Birmingham. That is, he added, assailed by sudden doubt, if first cousins do inherit under this confounded act. Oh, I think first cousins are safe, said Wimsey, though nothing seems safe nowadays. Still, dash it all, some relations must still be allowed a look in, or what becomes of the sanctity of family life? If so, that's the most cheering thing about the beastly business. Do you know, when I rang up that man Carr and told him all about it, he wasn't a bit interested or grateful. Said he'd always suspected something like that, and he hoped we weren't going to rake it all up again, because he'd come into that money he told us about and was setting up for himself in Harley Street, so he didn't want any more scandals. I never did like that man. I'm sorry for Nurse Phillida. You needn't be. I put my foot in it again over that. Carr's too grand to marry a nurse now, at least, I fancy that's what it is. Anyway, the engagement's off. And I was so pleased at the idea of playing Providence to two deserving young people, added Wimsey, pathetically. Dear, dear. Well, the girl's well out of it. Hello. There's the phone. Who on earth? Some damned thing at the yard, I suppose. At 3 Emma. Who'd be a policeman? Yes, oh, right, I'll come round. The case has gone west, Peter. Suicide. Strangled herself with a sheet. I'd better go round, I suppose. I'll come with you. An evil woman, if ever there was one, said Parker, softly, as they looked at the rigid body, with its swollen face and the deeper, red ring about the throat. Wimsey said nothing. He felt cold and sick. While Parker and the governor of the prison made the necessary arrangements and discussed the case, he sat hunched unhappily upon his chair. Their voices went on and on interminably. 6 o'clock at STNRCK, some time before they rose to go. It reminded him of the 8 strokes of the clock which announced the running up of the black and hideous flag. As the gate clanged open to let them out, they stepped into a wan and awful darkness. The June day had risen long ago, but only a pale and yellowish gleam lit the half-deserted streets. And it was bitterly cold and raining. "What is the matter with the day?" said Wimsey. "Is the world coming to an end?" "No," said Parker, "it is the eclipse."